Sled Puppy with a win. That's a boy. There were big odds on you, probably 50, 60 to 1.
Wow.
Were you looking up to see if the bet counted?
Well, I knew that the point spread bet didn't count because the rule comes.
Right.
See, they're saying all bets were voided, but I don't. So are they voiding the over-under because basically, as far as Vegas is concerned, the game never took place?
Wow.
Since it didn't go 55 minutes? I mean, I think that's what they're saying. Koffenbach, Baxberg, AJC, Baby Jules, Albar with an early presence. But Sled Puppy sneaking in for the gold. E.B. Hill going, I lost the Sled Puppy?
It was a claiming race.
E.B. Hill's like, I'm Katie Ledecky. I got to settle for the silver? What the? Thank you, Benny. We're trying hard. Look at Koffenbach. 42 minutes of football action. I already hate this guy. Okay. Yeah, Ben, I remember exactly where I was when he returned that kick in the Super Bowl. I remember thinking, as he's catching it, I literally yelled, why are you kicking to him?
No, that seems disgusting. I don't know where you're going with that, kid.
Also, I didn't know Burger King had Happy Meals. Ah. Morning, John. Good morning, everybody. You got it, Mongo. My mom was happy that I gave you guys a shout out the other day because she really does like the Twitch chat room. She finds you guys entertaining. I told her she needed to get out more.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, that sounds like an entirely new show. What is going on there? Top of the morning to you. It's a football Friday. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us on this first Friday of August. I'm still in Ohio. The Hall of Fame game has still not been finished. But we aired 3 hours of television and we played our commercials. Speaking of commercials, I think there was a sponsor in with Miller and Moulton right there in the Floormeister Studios. Mark Miller, you need to join us today, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never joined us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, today needs to be the day. Because Mark is going to have a befuddled look on his face throughout the entire show. because, as we've talked about, there are changes to the show. Mark's the one who has to put all the changes in place.
Yeah, and that started a minute before it was supposed to.
I
And I don't
know.
know why.
I don't either.
That was unusual.
I don't either. I don't know if it has something to do with the tone or what.
Now I'm nervous.
Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. We will.
Yeah. That was unusual. That caught me by surprise. I was not even ready to switch buttons over yet. We start this thing at 6:01, not 6 o'clock, but we started at 6 o'clock today. So we were ready.
Yes, we were, with a show that has an entirely new sound. As a matter of fact, Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday. Thanks so much for being with us. I have to admit, so I went downstairs in the hotel. I took a huge power nap after our show yesterday.
I'm glad that you discussed what the huge was, because that really started out in a different direction. Huge power nap. Good.
2.5 hours. I mean, monster power nap. That's as good as I'll have all year. I mean, that I was in regular season form before our first preseason game yesterday. And so I staggered downstairs. It's like 2-ish. And I'm going to have a late lunch. Well, the Olympics are going on live, and they got it on TV down in the little bar restaurant here at the hotel. So I did something I haven't done throughout the entire Olympics. There I was in the middle of the afternoon watching Peacock. I think it was Peacock. And they're going from one swimming race to another. And then there's Simone Biles, and she's not winning. I'm like, well, okay, you got my attention. I'm in. I'll nurse this sandwich for a while. Let's see what we got here. So that was good TV. That was good TV right there.
Well, and it was because she screwed up a little bit on the bars, her worst event. And that allowed the Brazilian lady to overtake her for a short time in the standings.
Yeah, she was in third place after 2 of the 4, rounds there. It's like,
and then she still had to do the beam, which you can screw up on.
You can.
The bars and the beam are probably the events where you're most likely to make a mistake if you make one.
Right. But it ended with the floor, which is her best event. And so when she had a slight lead going into the final repertoire, if you will, that, you kind of felt good. But even Simone said afterwards, she goes, that's the closest meet I've been in a long time. And she jokingly said, and I don't want to be in that situation ever again.
Nope.
It was nerve-wracking. So, but good TV. I'll tell you that. Good TV. Now, my question is, was the preseason game good TV for those of you out there? How into the kickoff, good or bad, were you?
David, full disclosure. Last night, we had some issues in the house. The upstairs air conditioning unit went out.
Uh-oh.
Right. That's where the daughter sleeps.
Right.
So we have an air mattress. We kind of maneuvered some things in the dining room to move tables and put her in the dining room for the night.
Okay.
So she was happy. Air mattress. She's 10. Great.
Right.
It's like a slumber party. Who cares?
Right. Exactly. This is fun.
But that means no TV when she goes to bed. We had to take it to the bedroom and put the TV on.
Right.
Well, we could have done a lot of things, but we put the TV on.
Well, sure.
Right. Because we're,
exactly.
Married for over 10 years.
Right. You're in your 50s. So, you
right.
put the TV on. Right.
So we put the TV on and I put the game on. And I immediately put the football game on. It was, we put the daughter to bed a little early. So it was right around 8 o'clock. And I put the game on, caught the last part of Monday Night Countdown right into the open. And my wife's getting ready for bed. She's doing her thing, and she sits down in bed, and I watched the kickoff, and I said, here you go. It's all yours. I watched one play.
Oh.
I watched the opening kick. That was enough for me. She said, why do you want to watch the kickoff? I said, they changed the rules. She said, they did. what are they? I said, let me show you. I rewound it. We watched the kickoff again. She went, what the hell is that? I said, I have no idea.
It's an attempt to have kickoffs. That's what it is.
It's the new dynamic kickoff.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
Yep.
I'm glad you picked up on that. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's dynamic. Yep. I thought we were selling blenders. I did. Who was the guy who used to do the late night? He was chopping up all the food.
Aykroyd, Aykroyd that did the Bass-O-Matic. I think you're going SNL. You're going way back to the 70s. This is a 50-year-old Rushman.
No, there was a guy like 20-something years ago. He was a slicer dicer thing. All right. Also, and he was probably doing it as a takeoff of Aykroyd. But so let me tell you something. I was worried that I was going to lose my job last night because I was so mentally not prepared. I was not my professional self around them. And I was telling them both, I'm like, listen, you guys should completely disregard me today. I said, you're not getting David Moulton, whatever it is you want to call me in the booth, spotter, assistant, talent advisor. You're not getting that. You're getting David Moulton talk show hosts tonight. And that's a very dangerous proposition. I'm just letting you both know that right now. So when the word was used before the open, wait a minute, what are we calling this? The new dynamic kickoff. Well, I start going into it's a slicer, it's a dicer, it's dynamic. And fortunately, I will say it's funny. When we started together, Joe found me funnier than Troy. I think now Troy is finding me funnier, and Joe is kind of like, it's a good thing he's over on that side of the booth. And I got my guys over here. And
well,
Joe's
I think, for the little bit I've been around you in that situation, Joe's the funnier one than Troy. Joe's funnier than his spotters. You are challenging Joe for the humor man in the group, and that's what's ticking him off. Joe's like, I do funny. You do spotter. I'll do the funny. I think that's what it is.
I think he's getting annoyed because now I'm planning it in the back of his head, and he knows that now it might come out in the next 3 hours. And if it does, he'll get yelled at. And I won't get yelled at. He'll get yelled at. Because sure enough, one of those things happened. This is very inside baseball. So last year we did a preseason game. And Joe and Troy don't do many preseason games anymore. They're at the point where, whether they were with Fox or now with ABC, ESPN, that usually the B team can do the preseason game. Joe and Troy will see you for the regular season opener. But last year we had a new producer and director. So Joe and Troy did the preseason game. And that was when the Commanders had just been purchased by Scott Harris, and he was in the booth, and there was that awkward handshake moment where Joe is talking with his hands, and Scott Harris, the new owner, is nervous, and you could tell. And as Joe's talking with his hand, Scott grabs it and shakes it. Okay, and Troy just starts laughing at him. It's right there on camera. All right. Well, last night, one of us mentioned it. I think it was one of Joe's spotters. I think it was Bill Garrity. And he mentioned it. So it was in the back of Joe's mind. So near the end, when we're filling time with Kevin Warren, the president of the Bears, and with Ryan Poles, the general manager, they came up to the booth, and Joe and Troy talked with them for a few minutes. They do handshakes at the end, and on camera, Joe goes, "Hey, we got the preseason handshake right this year. Fantastic." That's what happens when the yahoos around you plant things in the back of your head.
Which is not your job. You're not supposed to plant things like that in their head.
No, here's the factoid. Use it.
Right.
That's what we're supposed to do. Yep. So it's dynamic.
It's the new dynamic kickoff, everyone. What did you think?
So first comment I see on X that somebody included my name in, they're like, this is the dumbest, stupidest thing ever. And I saw it like mid-second quarter. So or maybe I saw it at the half even. And so I just comment back and I go, I'm curious why you think this is so stupid. We've had 6 kickoffs, no touchbacks. Average return is 25 yards. What is stupid about this? The last football game you saw, we didn't have a single kickoff returned. And last year, 75% of all kickoffs were touchbacks. So why do you feel this play is stupid? Now, I can understand if you don't think it's dynamic, but why is it stupid? That's what I
It's
want.
weird. It looks weird with everybody lined up and the kicker back another 30 yards. I mean, I must say, aesthetically, it doesn't look, even though it ends up being a football play, it doesn't look like a football play. That's what I think people are having a problem with. Because you're right, David. If you end up having all the returns, it's now a football play.
Mm-hmm.
There's blocking and tackling, really.
Mm-hmm. And,
But it looks a little peculiar.
It does. It doesn't look dynamic.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
I think we got a new peacock, everybody.
Oh,
Just let you know right now. We
were having fun in the booth. And by we, I mean me. Yep. I think I was trying to get fired last night. I don't know. Kept saying to Troy, come on, one dynamic. Come on, just throw it in. One, you're a Hall of Famer. You could say anything. You're wearing your gold jacket. What can't you say?
That is a dadgum good point right there. I mean, when you do open the show and one of the guys has got the gold jacket on, it does give a little gravitas towards what he can say during the broadcast.
Right. He's like, no. I'm like, come on, it's dynamic. So I nominate. How do you feel about the kickoff? Like it, don't like it. It's dynamic.
Didn't see it would be the other one.
Okay, that's fine. Miller and Moulton, we're dynamic.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, Canada Relief, by listening to this show. And first off, Mark watched 3 minutes. He watched the kickoff and 4 different replays of it. But we hate preseason football. And that's all I would have watched of this if I was home. I would have watched the kickoff. And I would have watched the 4 different replays of it, and I would have went, okay. And I don't think I would have watched another second.
I have no idea why that fired at 6 o'clock.
You know what, OK Music? Rick, the new announcer's voice, is dynamic.
There'll still be some of the other, because I've not done the rejoins yet. Because I got to put music to those. Those take a little more work. That'll be done this weekend.
Yeah, I just want to get home with all the summer storms and all the problems with air travel in the last 2-3 weeks. I'm just get me from Ohio to Florida today. It is Go Raiders. Yes. He's been the dominant voiceover talent in Southwest Florida for the last 30 years. And now he will be heard up and down the west coast of Florida, in Jacksonville, and in Huntsville, soon to be Southern Tennessee. His name is Rick Peterson, one of the 10 best guys you've ever met.
Oh, someone's turning our show off because of our first 5 minutes. I'm trying to figure out what we did. So I got to read some text here when we come back, David. Someone's very angry at us, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Well, why didn't they say so?
I'll read it, and you can judge it.
Okay.
They say it, I just don't get it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay.
They changed the rules so that we'll have kickoff returns instead of kicking it through the end zone. Why don't you wait a little bit before you make such a stupid judgment? Because I'm ready to change the channel now just listening to your first 5 minutes.
Well, first off, I like it.
So just...
I think somebody needs a Snickers.
Maybe they didn't not like us knocking the name of it. I don't know, David. I really can't tell.
Yeah, okay.
It's text.
Gotcha. There you go. Go Raiders. Of course, I'll have the fact you're going to the Bucs-Broncos game and you're Go Raiders. But
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us on this first Friday of August. It is a football Friday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And while we had a little fun, just kind of letting you in behind the scenes as to what goes on in the booth with, the NFL broadcast, because I'm fortunate enough to be in the Joe Buck, Troy Aikman Monday Night Football booth. And we had the preseason game last night because NBC's busy with the Olympics. So they'll do the next 3 Hall of Fame games, and then we'll see which network gets assigned the 2028 Hall of Fame game, because that's what happens. They just kind of go, NBC can't do it. You want it? How about you? So, and we had a little fun with the play on words. The NFL clearly in marketing the new kickoff, which is a pretty radical rule change. Trying to think, Mark, of a rule change that the NFL has instituted that's been this radical.
I can't think of one really in our lifetimes, David. I mean, really and truly, this is as big as anything they've ever done because they're changing the way the game looks. But we did upset someone, David.
Oh, no.
I'm not exactly sure how.
Okay.
I guess maybe because we said new dynamic kickoff and made fun of the name of it, but they changed the rule. Here's the text, David. They changed the rule so we'll have kickoff returns instead of kicking it through the end zone. Why don't you wait a little bit before making such a stupid judgment? Because I'm ready to change the channel now just listening to your first 5 minutes. I don't know what stupid judgment we made, so please explain.
Right. I'm actually in favor of it. I love the fact that we had 1 touchback last night in the nearly 3 quarters, and there were like 8 kickoffs. I like it. Yeah, okay, it looks a little funny, but that's okay. I like it. We had kickoff returns last night. You can see the potential. There was one guy who slipped. If he didn't slip, he was about to cut back, and he had a huge hole. For a split second there, I'm like, he's going to take this sucker to the house. So, no, we had, if there were 7 kickoffs, I think there were 8. So let's just say I got it right, and there was 8. 8 kickoffs last night. 7 of them were returned. 1 was a touchback. And the average yards on the returns were 24 yards a return. Okay.
And if someone's mad because I turned it off after the kickoff, that's all I wanted to watch. I had no desire. I don't watch preseason football. I will never watch preseason football. Preseason football is a waste of time. Last night was an even bigger waste of time because it was a Hall of Fame game in which nobody was playing. Nobody. The outcome of the game is insignificant. Insignificant. Except for the people that bet on it. And even for them, it was insignificant because the game was cut short, so the bets were taken away.
Well, and that's what I'm wondering here, Mark. If the person texting bet on the game last night and is upset because that person was a winner and turned into, nope, sorry, you're not a winner. Because here's the rule of thumb in terms of betting football. The game has to go 55 minutes. That's basically the Vegas rule of thumb. And everybody else in the gambling industry follows Vegas's lead on this one. Sometimes Vegas goes 53 minutes, but usually the rule of thumb is 55 minutes. If there's 5 minutes or less left in the game and the game is called, Vegas will honor the bets. So the DraftKings of the world, they follow Vegas's lead. Now, the tough one here is the fact that the game was over. The over-under.
As an over-under.
Right. The game at one point was as low as 30.5 was the over-under point total. I think at kickoff it was around 32.5, 33. But still, either way, it was 21-17 with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left in the third quarter when the game was halted by weather. So the game was, quote-unquote, over when they then declared the game over. The problem is, according to Vegas, the game wasn't over. The game never happened. Because if it doesn't go 55 minutes, there's nothing to talk about. So if you had the Bears in 2.5, which is what it was at kickoff, it was when we were doing the show yesterday, you were getting 1.5. But at kickoff, the over-under was 32.5, and Houston was favored by 2.5. Nothing counts last night. Nothing from a betting standpoint. There should not be a dollar either way that is transferred based on what happened last night because it was not an official game. This might as well have been a baseball game in which it was the bottom of the fourth inning when the rains came, and it didn't matter that so-and-so was up by 4 runs.
Now, I will say, someone sent me their Hard Rock Bets proof of win that called their win on an over a win. So I don't know.
That's fantastic. Then I give Hard Rock then credit that they're going by that's their rules then.
Right.
And they're going by it. But I can tell you DraftKings and FanDuel, they're following Vegas's lead. Officially, they've come out and said that. And to Vegas, last night's game never happened. If Hard Rock is saying, no, man, they had already put 38 points on the board, that's an over, okay.
Yeah, according to, he just sent me basically the confirmation that his bet won. And I know, Greens win, Reds lose. David, we've had some of each lately. A few more Reds than we'd like.
Right. Although our doubleheader system's doing okay. If we had just stuck to that.
It's keeping us alive. It's really keeping us alive. By the way, if you want to text the show, things have changed. It's still 21,000, but you need a new keyword. And that keyword is Miller. And the reason the keyword is Miller is it's easier to spell than Moulton. That's all.
It's simple as that. I have to admit, we do want to give credit, okay, to the folks who listen to the podcast. So they, send in texts later in the afternoon and the evening. And to the one gentleman who said, I'm going with keyword Moulton because I know how to spell it.
Good for you, sir. And I like the emojis you sent with it. So thank you very much for all the text. 21,000. The keyword is Miller. If you've not texted the show in a while, we have had changes. We are now the owners of this show. And because of that, we had to change a few things. You'll hear some new sponsors. You'll hear a few new voices on the show. And, well, the text line changed just in the keyword. So it's 21,000, keyword Miller. Text as much or as little as you would like.
And to the gentleman who got mad at us, all right, we were just having some fun with the NFL really wanting it to be called dynamic. So I just had fun with the word dynamic. I thought we were selling something late night. I thought we were selling a kitchen appliance or utensil or something late night. That I just got that in my head. But let me ask you, Mark. So you watched the opening kickoff and the 4 replays of it.
Yes. And rewound it and watched it again for my wife.
Okay, see? So you saw a kickoff 8 times. Just all right. Just, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumb sideways. Where are you?
I'm thumb sideways. Just because aesthetically it looks so damn weird. It's going to take me some time to get used to. It will be strange week 1 of the NFL when we're all locked into Sunday at 1:00 after all having watched Saturday. Because it will be obviously dynamically different.
And remember, we will have seen week 1 of the college football season the weekend before, and then we will have had actually week 2 take place on Saturday the 7th before we're watching our NFL, although we do have the Thursday night game on the 5th and the Friday night game from Brazil on the 6th. But yes, we will have seen a lot of regular kickoffs, and then we will have seen 2 games of the dynamic kickoff. What did you think about that voice?
That was good.
A little better?
A little better.
See, that one makes it sound, the way I was saying it before, sir, I can understand when you'd be upset. That makes it sound as if I'm mocking it. And I was. All right. But if I say it's dynamic, see, that's not mocking.
It is our poll question, by the way. We're on a roll with these poll questions, getting them up. Do you like the new dynamic kickoff? Yes, no, or didn't see it. Right now, yes, and didn't see it in a dead heat.
I'm expecting didn't see it to win. If you watched last night, we really need to talk. I was there. The only reason I watched was because I was getting paid. The starting 5 is next. Miller and Moulton. You decide if we're dynamic.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But If you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Canada relief. No. You know why we didn't play the fourth quarter? Because there was lightning in the area. From 10:21 to 11:54, we were not allowed to do anything. So if for whatever reason, the game barely would have been televised because our staff was told to take cover. Lightning was within 8 miles of the stadium. We were getting constant texts and everything. So, no, they're just, and both coaching staffs, after about 20 minutes, were like, yeah, we've seen enough. We don't need to. And everybody had left the stadium, too, because it was pouring. Oh, yeah, and did I mention the lightning? Yep, we had a good day yesterday. No. Chocolate chip cookies. Completely stolen from the press, from the booth, basically. Not the press box. It's stolen from the booth. I just kept putting snacks in my bag. They're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "This is breakfast tomorrow morning." So,
And a Coke and a Diet Coke. That's
I had to go downstairs and purchase the Pepsi Zero. You know, I figure after 6 chocolate chip cookies, I have to watch my sugar.
oh.
By the way, a buddy of mine texted and said, "Are we now the dynamic duo?"
All right.
Are you figuring it out?
Yeah, but I don't know how to change it.
Okay. Can Trent help?
I don't know. I'm going to leave the other open up because it's going to start wrong every time.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: did you like the new dynamic kickoff? We say dynamic because that's what the NFL is calling it. So their words. We're having a little fun at their expense. We're allowed. Yes, no, didn't see it. Because after all, it's preseason football. How many of you were even watching? But that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Did you like the new dynamic kickoff? Yes, no, didn't see it. Please vote accordingly. New changes to the show. You're going to recognize it. What one change is, well, millerandmoulton.com, expanding the site, making it better than it ever was before. But that's where you need to go to sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. millerandmoulton.com. It's Tuesday, August 6th. Or excuse me. It's Tuesday, August 20th.
Whoa.
Next Tuesday is the 6th.
There you go.
I was going to say, boy, that's coming up quickly. But Tuesday, August 20th, my mom's birthday.
Is it really?
Yes. Yes, and it's a big
Biggie.
one.
Oh, no,
Yes.
I know. This is the summer of 80 for our mothers.
Yes, it is. For
Mine
your
turned in June, and yours is coming up here in a couple of weeks.
right. And I believe your mother-in-law also.
Yes,
Right?
I'm going to be in
So-
Pittsburgh for that for Labor Day weekend. So,
Yes.
yeah, the three
Summer.
moms in my life, yours, mine, and my mother-in-law, all turned 80 in basically a 90-day span.
Yes.
Or
So-
all will turn 80, I should say.
So honor our moms, okay, by joining us for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday, August 20th. And go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. Seating is limited. Dr. Roto and you answering all your fantasy football questions. And he does win money doing this, and you don't. So, we're just trying to help. millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. 20 minutes before the hour. Time now for
The starting five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Whatever.
Well, it's Vicky's last days, and that's part of the reason why, right there.
Got
She's
that right.
not in full voice like she used to be. Let's start with the Olympics, even though today's competition's already underway. Simone Biles with the all-around gold. It's the second time she's won gold in the all-around. She's the first to ever do it in not back-to-back Olympics, because she did it in 2016 and then again here in 24. It's her 6th career gold medal. It's her 9th career medal, and she still has 3 more chances to add to her collection because she is qualified in the vault, the beam, and the floor exercise. And it would be a shock if she didn't win a medal in the floor, never mind the fact that, actually would surprise most if she doesn't win gold. And I think if she doesn't medal in the beam, it would be considered a disappointment as well. Katie Ledecky, another medal in a team event, the 4x200 meter medley. She won silver, as did the United States. That's her 13th career Olympic medal, 8 gold, 4 silver, 1 bronze. She's won more medals in the pool than any female U.S. swimmer ever. Katie Douglas won a gold in the 200-meter breaststroke yesterday. Regan Smith, the silver in the 200-meter butterfly. We had a big day in the pool. We had a big day from a medal count standpoint. We added 7 medals to our collection, but we added 4 of them gold.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
So 9 gold now for the U.S. We're behind only China's 11. And our 37 total medals is comfortably in front in terms of the most medals won by a nation. France is 10 behind us. By the way, hats off to Suni Lee, who won bronze in the all-around in gymnastics. She had won the gold 3 years ago, and she's had many a health issue between then and now. She's had kidney trouble. And so
incredible kidney trouble, so much so that they didn't know if she'd ever be able to compete again.
Right.
It's quite a story, her comeback. And
Yep.
She didn't start great yesterday in the event, was able to charge on and get bronze. So it was a pretty good performance for her yesterday.
So there you have it in the Olympics. There's other stuff going on. Golf's off to an interesting start in that, first off, right now, the second round is underway. Xander Schauffele's tied for the lead with Hideki Matsuyama, and John Rahm is a shot back.
Well, Rahm likes this. He can wear pants, and I believe it's 4 rounds.
Scotty Scheffler's also in and around the leaderboard, as you would expect. Djokovic and Alcaraz both in the semis. And if you lose in the semis, you then have to play the bronze medal match. So they don't just award you a bronze medal if you lose in the semis. You then have to win your next match. On the women's side, they're playing the bronze medal match this afternoon. The top seed Swiatek, who was upset in the semis, she's going for the bronze later today. NFL. This is arguably the NFL's biggest win ever in court. A federal judge late yesterday afternoon, California time, early evening, East Coast time, a federal judge overturned the jury's $4.7 billion verdict in the Sunday Ticket class action lawsuit. And remember, class action lawsuits can be trebled. So $4.7 billion could have become $14.1 billion. Yeah, the federal judge threw it out. Philip Gutierrez said, quote, well, all right, it's not a quote, but it's close to a direct quote. 2 witnesses, well,
I want to play. I wish I had the ability to record and play back in real time. It's a quote. Well, it's not really a quote.
You know what I realized? The
first part of I think about the quote.
The first part of it is a quote, but then I just kind of I make it sound less legalese. So I realize I'm like, well, that's the quote, but that part's not. And then that last part is a quote. Okay. So it's mostly a quote from Philip Gutierrez that 2 of the witnesses for the subscribers should have had their testimony excluded, in his opinion. And since it was not excluded, okay, he felt that the jury came to the wrong verdict. In fact, he said if their testimony had been excluded, no reasonable jury would have found the NFL guilty. Now, this was the extreme. He did not have to overturn the verdict and throw it out. He could have ordered a new trial. Now, the thought is the Sunday Ticket folks are going to appeal, but this was the only time the Sunday Ticket folks had won. By the way, Mark, in throwing out the verdict, how would you like to be the attorneys for the Sunday Ticket folks? You get 30% of that verdict. Do you know how much money they just threw out for those lawyers? $1.4 billion. I don't know, Mark. I've held a grudge for a lot less.
We know. We know.
So, yeah. So a federal judge overturned the $4.7 billion Sunday Ticket verdict, if you will. Oh, by the way, the Hall of Fame game, it never happened. At least not by betting standards, because the game was called with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. The Bears were leading the Texans 21-17. Don't know what to tell you. None of the starters played for either team. I will say the backups on offense look good for both teams. Second half got very sloppy. Second half was third and fourth stringers. It was a mess. It was the debut of the NFL's new, quote, dynamic, unquote, kickoff return and kickoff rules. 7 of the 8 kickoffs were returned, so you had that. I mean, that's progress. Had 75% of the kickoffs for touchbacks last year. Now, we'll see if during the regular season, if this was just a preseason thing and everybody said, no, I'm just going to return them and see what happens. But for what it's worth, 3 of the 8 kickoffs went into the end zone. 2 of the 3 were returned. Now, they didn't go deep in the end zone, but one was like 1 yard in and 2 of them were like 3 yards in, and 2 of the 3 got returned. So we'll see what happens the rest of preseason and the regular season, which, by the way, is 34 days away. Our football magic numbers are 22, 29, and 34 to week 0 of the college football season, week 1 of the college football season, and Ravens and Chiefs. NFL news, and the injuries are already piling up. Justin Herbert, plantar fasciitis. It's going to be shut down for a couple weeks. Then they think that, they'll be able to ramp him back up, and within 2 weeks, he'll be ready for the opener. Okay. All right. That's worth paying attention to. The Chargers quarterback depth chart might be the worst in the league. Geno Smith hasn't practiced the last couple days. Not going to practice today. In fact, they're sending him for testing. He's got a hip injury and a knee injury. Interesting. Titans wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins injured his left knee. Surgery, out 4 to 6 weeks. The opener's in a little over 5. Will D-Hop be able to make it back in time? And the Bucs, late in our show yesterday, they made Tristan Wirfs the highest paid tackle. They gave him a 5-year extension at a shade over $28 million a year. Of the $140 million, they guaranteed 88 of it. Baseball injury news, Mike Trout. His comeback lasted 2 innings. He tore his left meniscus again. Out for the rest of the year. Trout turns 33 next Wednesday. He has 6 years remaining on his 12-year contract at $37.1 million a year. That's $222.6 million he's still owed. He's played more than 88 games in a season once in the last 5 years. Wow. Only 5 games in the majors last night. Braves hit 3 homers, doubled up the Marlins 4-2. Guardians scored 5 in the 7th. They bombed the Orioles 10-3. That could be an LCS preview, for all we know. Orioles and Yankees now tied atop the East. Royals, they moved into second place, half game ahead of the Twins with the 7-1 win over the Tigers. And with them winning and Cleveland winning, KC is 6 back. Twins are 6.5. Cubs with 3 in the 9th shocked the Cardinals 5-4. St. Louis now 5.5 back at the Brewers. And Colorado 2 in the 9th, 1 in the 10th. Beat the Angels 5-4 in 10. Rays back in action today. They're in Houston to play the Astros. The White Sox are back in action tonight, having lost 17 in a row. They're in Minnesota to face the Twins. Come on. Do we think this is getting to 20? I don't think they get swept. I don't think it hits 20.
Bet your own money.
I'm banned from betting Miller and Moulton money on the White Sox.
White Sox. That's the only thing I ban you from. No way. Stop it.
Finally, there's no PGA Tour event this week. There is an LPGA Tour event with all of those who didn't make the Olympics. German Polly Mack shot a 9 under 63 in Portland. She has a one-shot lead. And as we approach 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So there you go. So just to review, the Angels have the worst farm system in baseball. It's the consensus. They have the worst system, and they have one of the 6 worst teams in the majors, and their best player can't play. And the guy making $35 million a year at third base doesn't like to play. It's a job. It's just a job. Yep. And it's a job he doesn't show up for work for either, because he's conveniently always on the injured list. Right. So they're paying $72 million for Anthony Rendon and Mike Trout right now. And you wonder why he wants to sell the team.
But does he want to sell the team? He was selling the team, and then he took the team off the market.
Mark, I think that's like when people, they're in the VP sweepstakes and then they conveniently pull themselves out. It's because they're not getting the gig. I think Artie Moreno pulls the team off the market because, people ain't paying the money because they go, this franchise sucks.
Yeah, but they're paying it for a lot of other crappy franchises.
That's true.
I mean, the Washington Commanders sold. That's a terrible franchise. Worth a ton, but that's a bad franchise.
$6 billion, in fact, it sold for.
Yeah. I mean, the Angels have to be worth something.
Oh, they're probably worth $2.5 billion. And they have cheap beer prices on top of that. Just bad players. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, I've trying something here to make this work, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's working. Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
You're listening. Coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday, the first such Friday in August. Thanks so much for being with us. Our football magic numbers are 22, 29, and 34. 3 weeks tomorrow, Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. 4 weeks tomorrow, the college football season kicks off. Everybody gets it going. And then, 5 weeks yesterday, Ravens and Chiefs to kick off the NFL season. 5 weeks tonight, they'll be in Brazil for Packers and Eagles for game 2 of the NFL season. They had the first preseason game last night. It's where I am now in Ohio. And the game was shortened due to weather, so none of the bets on the game apparently apply. But we got to see 8 of the new kickoffs. The new dynamic kickoff is how the NFL is proposing it, hyping it. So what'd you think of the new dynamic kickoff? You liked it? Don't like it? Didn't watch. Sorry. It's preseason football. The Olympics are on. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Please vote accordingly.
Found something interesting yesterday. Had to stop over and see my mother and drop a couple things off and spend, half hour talking to her. And she had the Olympics on. We were watching a little swimming. She had already watched Simone Biles in the Olympics and said something to me that I found fascinating. And I think it's applying to more than just my mom based on the numbers. She's like, I watched the Olympics. That was amazing, blah, 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 blah. So I'll watch it again tonight because I want to see it again. I mean, watched it live at 12:15, and then in prime time is going to rewatch the same thing that she already saw. I don't know how many others are doing that. I found that fascinating. I don't need to watch something twice. I mean, Simone was terrific. It had a little intrigue because, she was losing after the second event, which we don't see very often. She was, in fact, in third after the second event. But based on the numbers, she's probably not the only one rewatching the Olympics, David.
No doubt about it. Now, the numbers from yesterday are not in yet, this afternoon and evening yesterday. But obviously, with Simone winning gold in the all-around, have to guess that, if the team competition, Mark, earlier in the week drew around 13 plus million early in the afternoon, not on NBC, but then drew big numbers in the evening, in prime time. What will yesterday in the afternoon and evening draw? One would have to think pretty significant, right? I would think, do you think more people interested in her competing for an individual gold or for Simone as part of us, our team, trying to win the gold, which quite frankly, was a shoo-in.
So was Simone winning. As long as she didn't fall, she was winning.
But she nearly
with
fell.
her on the team, we are head and shoulders above the rest of the world right now. We haven't been this way, this dominant in a while, if ever.
Right. But we won by like 6 points, 6 full points. So, it was ridiculous. She literally, final competition, Simone for the floor exercise could have rolled around on the floor and we would have won the gold. That's how dominant we were. But yeah, the Olympics have been compelling. The U.S. doing well. Usually, let's face it, when we're doing well, usually we watch more. Now it will be interesting. Simone does have 3 more individual events she can compete in, but the women's gymnastics is more than half over. This is where, Mark, we've done a lot of swimming and a lot of women's gymnastics. Are we going to watch track and field? Because week 2 is a lot of track and field.
Where we also do very well.
Yes, we do.
A lot of winning will go on next week in track and field.
So there's a controversy. There's been many, but there's a controversy coming out of the Olympics yesterday. And this is something that's been in sport for a couple years now. And we've stayed away from it because it's been politicized. And, we don't want to go there. We made that decision sometime, I think, in our second act. We really don't want to go down that road. We think that people turn to us to get away from the politicization of our world. So whether we're right or wrong, it's probably hurt us in the ratings, but that's why we made that decision. We're sticking to it. So this is an issue that's been politicized. Miller and Moulton are coming at it not from a political standpoint. We're just coming at it from sports. So there are two boxers who are competing in the Olympics who were not allowed to compete in last year's World Championships because they were born men and have transitioned to be women, but they couldn't pass the drug test that was administered a year ago in the World Championships. Their body had too much, I guess, testosterone in it. So they couldn't pass the test. They were not allowed to compete. The Olympics, they've taken over the testing and they've allowed these boxers to compete. Well, they're winning.
They're not winning. They're destroying their opponents violently.
And right. So this is not just track and field where somebody is, lapping the field. This is boxing. Obviously, this is very physical. And so if one person is just bigger and stronger, we all know how this thing's going to turn out. And so there was an Italian woman who had her dreams ruined in a match the other day in which she said, I got hit harder than I've ever been hit before. I couldn't continue. Match lasted 46 seconds. So there's an outcry. There are people that think this ain't right. The Olympics came out yesterday and doubled down. The Olympics said that, you who think that this is not right, basically you're prejudiced. Okay. And there should not be that in sports. And we support these two boxers and they're going to be allowed to continue. And we all know the political part of this story. Miller and Moulton do not look at it as a political thing. We're just looking at it as sports. Okay. And to me, and Mark, you and I have never talked about this. I don't even think privately, never mind on the air. Okay. So to me, it's very simple. Obviously, we want to offer everyone the opportunity to compete. So now it's just a question of in which category are you going to compete in? Well, to me, if you're transitioning from female to male, you're adding hormones, so you're not going to pass the female drug test anymore. If you're transitioning from male to female, okay, you're no matter how much drugs they give you, it has been shown you're not biologically, you're going to be far stronger than a woman. You just are. So to me, it's real simple. Of course, they should be allowed to compete. I just think that any athlete transitioning has to compete against men. And now it's unfair to them. They will be at a competitive disadvantage. But you're at a competitive advantage if we do it the other way.
A severe competitive advantage. And now, we saw it in swimming with a couple of years ago. Now we're seeing in boxing. This is, it's a little ridiculous to me, and it's a little scary for those that are competing against them.
And so, we're of the belief that, well, they should be competing. They're just competing in the wrong category. They should be competing on the men's side. And that's just how we feel. All right. I think that the sports world is confusing compassion for fairness. Okay. They don't want to be seen as discriminatory. Who does? Okay. And they feel if they do not let them compete, as women, they're being discriminatory. This is sports. Sports is
But they're
about
just-
fairness.
Right. They're discriminating against every woman
Right.
that these men who are transitioning are competing against.
And so that's how we look at it. We look at it as this is about athletic fairness. And so we just think that they're competing in the wrong category. Okay. And to us, we think the sports world has got compassion and fairness confused, and that they're going to be seen as, bigots if they raise their hand and go, no, we're not going to allow this anymore. And, now we all know that this is far bigger than sports, and it's only going to become bigger now. I mean, now this is taking place in the Olympics, but the IOC doubled down yesterday. I mean, the IOC doubled down. So
Very much so.
And also the IOC has taken over. This is also part of what the United States was complaining about a few weeks ago. Remember when we were awarded the Winter Games of Salt Lake City? One of the caveats from the IOC is, we control the drug testing. Okay. And you Americans need to stop complaining about the Chinese and others if you want the Olympics. And there you go. There is a gender test given in the Olympics, by the way. Every single Olympic athlete has been given the test, except for there was a royal, I think it was Princess Anne, who was an equestrian in an Olympics like 20, 30 years ago for Great Britain. She was historically, she's the only athlete who's never been given the gender test because they didn't want the backlash from it. So they shied away from it. So for what it's worth, that's where we are on it.
Didn't want to ignore it, wanted to bring it up. We'll move on to other things, but it has become a big story in these Olympic Games, and we wanted to address it.
So there you have it. But the IOC doubled down, and there you go. Miller and Moulton. Hey, a poll came out yesterday. We think you'll be interested in it. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Holy cow, Adam. That's something.
I know. Be great to see you, Adam. Well, Adam, for the length that you're going to be there, you can, and for a fantasy summit, you will not be alone wearing a team jersey.
No.
No.
I have to laugh. Someone sent because the afternoon guy's a big Lions fan. Someone sent him a Joey Harrington jersey that he's got in the studio. I think that's funny.
Yep.
I see it every morning and giggle.
Now, this is funny. A guy on X said the prisoner swap with Russia sounds pretty good, but I bet Howie Roseman could have gotten Putin to throw in another draft pick. Funny's funny.
Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You need to type in a different keyword if you want to keep texting us. It's still 21,000, but the new keyword is Miller. So Make the change, do it once, you're in, you never have to do it again. 21,000, but the key word is Miller. All right, that's number one. Number two, go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's 2 weeks from Tuesday, the 20th. Dr. Roto, you fire away with the questions. He answers all of them. He also gives you his keys, what he does in the fantasy drafts, where he's leaning. And we tell this story every year, but Patrick Mahomes had only played one game in the NFL, and Dr. Roto loaded up on Patrick Mahomes and the guys around him in 2018. And you go, oh, well, he wasn't Patrick Mahomes yet, if you know what I mean. And obviously they went all the way to the AFC title game, and Dr. Roto finished top 10 nationally in fantasy football. He's pretty good at this. 2 weeks Tuesday, August 20th. Go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit presented by Floor Meisters. Our poll question at that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Well, we had the kickoff last night, the new dynamic kickoff, according to the NFL.
Thank you.
They're calling it dynamic. You decide. Did you like it? Yes, no? Yeah, guys, sorry I didn't watch preseason. Simone Biles was on. You know, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
I will say, I think people will tune into some preseason to see the kickoff. If they didn't watch last night, at some point, they're going to watch, whether it's the Dolphins, the Bucks, the Jags, a national game that's on, a little NFL network to see a replay of last night's game, because it is, to the eye, something you've never seen before. Aesthetically, it is very different than anything we've ever witnessed in a football game. The kicker is what, 30 yards behind the rest of the line of scrimmage?
Let's see. You're kicking off from what, the 30? And they're lining up on the 40. So, yeah, he's 30 yards behind the guys trying to make the tackle. And you can't move. There were two penalties last night, Mark. You didn't see it. There were two penalties last night in which one of the sides moved before the ball was touched or landed in the end zone. And you're not allowed to do that. So that's a 5-yard penalty. So we had two penalties on the kickoff, 8 kickoffs, 7 of them returned. Remember, we just had a Super Bowl without a kickoff return.
It's pretty good that there were only 2 penalties. And I'm being serious when I say that. You would think with the new rules and guys just so amped up, ready to run and ready to hit somebody, that you'd have a little more movement before the ball was caught. That was the weirdest part to me of the whole kick, David, of the ball being in the air and everybody essentially just standing still.
I thought Joe Buck had a good description as to, he said, this is a little awkward in this sense. It reminds me of baseball when the runner is tagging up. And so the runner is having to go in a different direction, but is having to look behind them and make sure that the fielder catches the ball before they run. And so he said, so you got the one side that's going to make the tackle. They actually have the better view. They're staring right at the person who's going to touch the ball. Whereas the people that have to do the blocking, you wonder, are they going to react a split second later? So anyway, debuted last night. We'll have preseason football next week. Maybe you'll check out some preseason ball, get your thoughts, or maybe, September, 5th, you'll be watching the Ravens and the Chiefs and you'll go, oh man, this is weird. This is something. And it does. I mean, it looks funky. I mean, come on. I mean, how many of us watched the UFL this year? This is apparently a takeoff of what they did. How many of us watched the UFL? Most
It'd be a negative
didn't.
for me, David. I don't do spring football.
I didn't watch it. I have to admit, after the first second, where, the guys are meshing there and what have you, I like the fact that we had kickoff returns and there was room to run, and you can see the potential both ways. You could see, okay, our guys covering the kick going to send 5 guys and hang 5 guys back and wait to see which way the returner goes. You could see that teams are going to try to go one way and cut back. All you need is that one seam. We just saw the rugby play a couple of days ago, Mark, where the U.S. in the closing seconds, had the dynamic long run to win the bronze medal. You could see kickoff returns like that too, where, hey, you get one missed tackle, one block, short route. There's nobody else to get them. Gone.
I think it makes for interesting coaching decisions at the end of games too, David.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. You take the lead late and you'd lead by 2 or 3 or 1 or whatever the case may be, but you're inside of a field goal. They've had success returning against you, or maybe had just success one time, enough to put a little bit in your head to say this team has a returner that's dangerous. But you give them the ball at the 30 by kicking it out of the end zone. You're saying get a couple first downs. You guys can win with a field goal. I think from a coaching standpoint, it will really add some late game decisions on the head coach.
I also think, and I don't know this, but I'm speculating. I also think that if teams just decide, you know what, last year a touchback was at the 25, the heck with it. Just pound it through the end zone. We'll take the touchback. All right. So they start at the 30. It's 5 yards, whatever. I think if we start seeing throughout the season, Mark, where the touchback is becoming, the play that teams are deciding they will take, I think the NFL, and I don't know if they'll do it midseason, but I think the NFL will then go, well, then we'll move it to the 35. I do. I mean, Goodell wants this. This is all Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell wants to eliminate preseason football. Well, he's got it down to 3 games.
And it's going to be 2.
And he's going to get it to 2. And Roger Goodell wanted to bring the kickoff back and basically said, figure out a way to do it, but I want kickoffs and I want them next year. And we have them. And so if we're not getting enough returns to appease the hammer, then I think the hammer is going to move touchback to the 35. Hell, I think he might move it to the 40 if he has to. He wants the kickoff return back.
And in his defense, while you may not like the way aesthetically this looks right now, what we had in the Super Bowl last year without any kick returns, and it's not a football play. I mean, they changed the extra point. The extra point became essentially an automatic 1 point.
Yes, it was being made at a 99.4% clip. Goodell said, do something with the extra point, put some suspense in it.
Right. It's got to be what? A football play.
Right. And so now it's a 33-yard field goal, and it can go back via penalty. Okay. And believe it or not, like 6% of the extra points are being missed. Okay. Where we don't think 6% of the 33-yard field goals would be missed. But the little mental pressure about this 1 point for 33 yards, I can't screw it up. It's kind of like not doing the gimmies, Mark, in golf. You're playing your friendly match and you're constantly giving the 2.5 footers. And all of a sudden one day, no, we're putting these out. I'm sorry, what?
Everything changes. That's a great analogy, David. It really is. Something that should be automatic, when you have to do it, becomes a little more difficult.
So that's our poll question, the new kickoff. You like it? No, don't like it. Or, sorry, man. I couldn't watch the Olympics. Not watching.
Wife had the remote.
Football. Yeah. Sorry. Couldn't do it. That Mark Miller, the David. Again. Right. I'm impressed you got the kickoff in.
I was too, David. She had yesterday off. She watched all the gymnastics live.
Gotcha. So you got 3 to 5 minutes at the top. Good for you, Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Mark
Summit.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, and if you get a chance, because we are bringing new sponsors on board, along with our old ones, please feel free to support them and let them know that, the
Buy a
reason you're-
floor.
Yeah. I mean, if you need some wood, some vinyl,
Carpet, for that matter.
yeah, just
Just keep it real.
At Floormeisters. They're dynamic. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're lucky you didn't get fired last night.
I was really worried. I told Bill and Ed, I go, I'm worried I could get in trouble tonight. I'm not in the right mindset.
Thanks, Feeny. Yours would be a great category, believe it or not. I know what you do.
Identical.
Dynamic.
Oh my God, I'm going to do that the first game. Oh, I really could get fired. Joe, when you think the kickoff, think dynamic. Oh boy. Arch, we have talked to a lot of special teams coaches. When I say we, I mean the Monday Night Football crew. I've talked to Pat. Mark and I have both talked with Westhoff. Okay. The opinions on this are all over the place.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. It's a football Friday. It is the first Friday in August. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kurt Badenhausen, he's the sports business reporter at Sportico. He'll join us at the top of the hour to talk about the landmark overturning of a jury verdict by a federal judge yesterday to get the NFL off the hook from anywhere of 4.7 to 14.1 billion. Hello. Kurt Badenhausen to join us coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little Bears with Scott Lewis a little over an hour from now. All right, Mark. There was a poll yesterday that was taken. This is a media poll. So, right there, it already loses credibility. Boom, boom. But ACC football, preseason media poll. And you had a lot of, by the way, 7 schools got first place votes.
7?
7 of the 17
first place
schools
votes in the ACC. Are you kidding me?
No. Boston College received the first place vote.
He's not allowed to vote anymore. I'm being serious. I mean, come on. Boston College for first place.
And Boston College, by the way, finished 14th in the preseason media poll out of 17. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. 8 teams. Oh, my goodness. I didn't see the small number and a parenthesis. I'm sorry. 8 schools out of 17 received first place votes. Boston College got a vote. Georgia Tech got a vote, picked 9th out of the 17. Cal got 2, picked 10th out of the 17. And then 5 of the top 6 all got votes. First off, who do you think was the preseason pick to win the ACC?
Florida State.
They were, Mark. They got 81 first place votes. And the other 7 schools got, if I do some quick math here, 89. So there were 170 people who voted. Nearly half of them, 81, picked Florida State to win the ACC. Who do you think came in second?
Clemson.
They did. They got 55. So they got, a little under 30% of the first place votes. The Canes were third, Mark, and they did get 17 first place votes. Were you one of them?
Well, unfortunately, David, they did not allow me to vote in this. With all these ACC media members, I'm a little ticked off that I didn't get a vote. But if I were a voting member in this group, I would have voted the Canes to win the ACC.
I know you would have, and it's why I asked, were you one of the 17?
No, I was not.
NC State was picked 4th. They received 8 first-place votes. Louisville did not receive a first-place vote, yet finished 5th. Remember, Louisville made it to the ACC final last year, losing to Florida State. And Mark, Virginia Tech got 5 first-place votes and picked to finish 6th. For what it's worth, SMU, who I've seen some people feel can finish as high as 4th behind the so-called Big Three of Florida State, Clemson, and Miami. SMU picked 7th. So of the new schools, Mark, in the ACC, SMU 7th, Cal 10th, and Stanford picked dead last. By the way, quick sidebar. Did you see the tweet that the ACC sent out 2 days ago?
I did not.
It involved Olympic swimming. And they congratulated Katie Ledecky. Katie Ledecky, who's been an ACC swimmer for all of 4 weeks. I mean, when did Stanford become an ACC school? July 1st?
July 1st, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the ACC tweeting out about one of their own. So, once again, this is like, the Big Ten Network claiming Joe Pa and Penn State's 2 natties in the 80s. Tom Osborne in Nebraska's 3 natties in the 90s. So here's my question. Can the ACC, they can claim the 2024 Katie Ledecky Olympic medals, but they can't claim the others, correct?
That would seem to be the case, David.
But she qualified for the team. Anyway, there we go. So there you have it. Carolina 8th, by the way. Mac Brown and the Tar Heels expected to take a full step back. Duke, Syracuse, Pitt, BC, Wake, Virginia, along with Stanford, the schools 10 through 17. But that is your ACC preseason media poll. So, we know how you guys feel about us in the media. So
And
take
look,
that.
I'm picking Miami for a couple of reasons. One, talent-wise, they're there. But 2, the schedule puts them in a very good spot. No Clemson, no SMU. They get Va-Tech and Florida State at home.
Once again,
NC State.
Yep, I got it. No, it's a very favorable schedule. And that's why, by the way, even if the Canes lose to the Gators, all right, their conference season is still very much in front of them. If they can emotionally and mentally get over losing that high-profile opener, I mean, they still should be favored in most every game they play, right? Anyway, but how do you like it? See, the Big Ten doesn't do this. There are no polls associated with the Big Ten. But I got to admit, Mark, it's weird for me to see 17 schools listed from top to bottom. No divisions. No 14 pods. It's weird.
I always hated the 14 pod idea. I didn't like it. I don't know how you do a conference championship. And if you're telling me to do a 14 pod and you're going to eliminate conference championship games, then I might be interested. But I don't know how you do 14 pods or, one with a 5 team with 17, however you're going to get to it. But, 4 different divisions within a conference, essentially. I don't think that makes sense. And if you're going to put 2 divisions in, the teams will never, ever play one another. If you're just playing inside of your division.
Well, And I'm with you in this sense. A pod is difficult because how do you, if you have 4 winners, so then are you going to have 2 rounds to determine the conference champion? I mean, how many weeks do we have? So that part of it to me is tricky, but I love the pods from a scheduling standpoint because it's so clean. You play the other schools in your pod, and then in theory, you play half of all the other pods, 2, 2, and 2. That's 9 conference games, which most of us would prefer to 8. And then also once every 4 years, every single school in the league will come to your building.
At 16.
Right. Once you get
at 17, it's not that clean, David. I'm
correct.
At 18, it's not that clean. This works for the SEC from a scheduling standpoint. It does not work for the ACC, nor does it work for the Big Ten.
It still, for the moment, works for the Big 12. SEC and Big 12 are both at 16. ACC's at 17. Big Ten's at 18. By the way, I am nominating, and I don't know if we can get, copyright on this. We, for the first year plus that Twitter became X, referred to it as Twix. People liked it, but we don't have enough sway to have it take hold. Never mind the whole copyright issue.
Right.
How about this with the Big Ten? I heard this elsewhere. I want to steal it and make it our own. There are 18 teams in the Big Ten. What do you call an 18-wheeler? A big rig. I want to start calling the Big Ten the big rig.
David, I'm going to try to stop you right now because last night you tried to get yourself fired for an entire night by saying new dynamic kickoff to Joe,
Troy, the kickoff is dynamic.
Right. And they are pros, ignored you, and to their credit, didn't fire you. Danielson's not going to have the same sense of humor if you keep going, Gary, call it the big rig.
Well, no, see, I wouldn't influence Gary. I mean, Gary's ignored me for 20 years. All right. So I know Gary can shut me out, but there is a chance I could influence Nestler in a negative way because he's the only one who's going to say the Big Ten. I don't know how often Big Ten's going to come. Gary's talking about teams, talking about players. Yeah, I know we'll talk big picture conference. He'll say it a few times. Okay. But, Brad Nessler's going to come out of break. You're watching the Big Ten on CBS.
Yeah, I just don't think the big rig on CBS has the same appeal.
Well,
they've put a little bit of money into this conference, David. They actually care about the name. They've branded this conference really well, even though it is numerically incorrect.
Incorrect. It's ridiculous.
And has been for 20 plus years.
Right. So that's why I say I'm not trying to influence CBS. Mark, CBS has ignored me for 18 years. Okay. They're good at it.
And rightfully so.
Right. I'm just trying to get Miller not to ignore me here. I have a focus group of 1 I'm appealing to here. Okay. What do you
going
say?
To the Big Ten alum and wanting to change the name of the conference that I attended at one of their member universities, and you want me to start calling it the big rig.
The big rig, because deep down, I know you think the 18-team conference being called the Big Ten is ridiculous. And you do like to point out that which is ridiculous. And you can have some fun at your alma mater's expense, at your alma mater's conference's expense. So I say we call the Big Ten, let's try it, the big rig.
The big rig.
The big rig.
Uh-huh. I'm with you on Peacock.
You were.
I'm with you on the new dynamic kickoff.
It's dynamic.
But I'm not sure.
Oh, come on.
I can jump on board with this big rig.
Come on. 18-wheeler. It's an 18-team conference. 10 has nothing to do with it. They've been beyond 10 for 30 years. Okay, what do we have? USC, UCLA. Where'd they go? They've joined the big rig. The 18-wheeler. on the
The
road
problem
again.
is I've got Jerry Reed's Eastbound and Down in my head, and that just
Yes.
doesn't work in the Big Ten. That's a very much a
Yes.
Southern song. You know, you could do that in the SEC, you could do that in the ACC, but the Big Ten and Eastbound and Down just does not work together for me.
Come on, you mean to tell me we can't get John Mellencamp, okay, on a big rig going from Ohio to Indiana? Are you serious? Come on.
Now you're associating with pink houses. I don't like this. You're going from a big rig to a pink house. You just keep taking my conference down.
I'm thinking Farm Aid is what I'm thinking. That's what I just got it in my head there. Besides, we're traveling across the country, for goodness sakes. We're going from Rutgers to USC.
But what if the big rig gets bigger?
I don't need to be bigger than the big rig.
But they might not be done if they take down the ACC and all of a sudden there are 24 teams. Now what do you do?
The really big rig. Just a thought. That's all. You liked Twix. You went with me for a year with Twix.
I did. I like Twix.
Twitter/X, we called it Twix. That's all. Just nominate. Have a little fun. It's a football Friday. Consider it. Could be a poll question next week.
It could be. You are absolutely right. And then again, it might not be.
I mean, Jake in the Twitch chat room. I go right through big rig country. See?
Big rig.
You
know what? You've been co-hosting with Kerwin too much on Sirius XM, talking to all those truckers, David. I think that's what the problem is.
It was 3 days in a row too. Hadn't talked to him in 3 months, but 3 days in a row, it'll change you. It will. Mark, I'll be brutally honest. Do you know why I'm calling it the big rig? It's a way for me to remember how many teams are in the conference. Man, this is getting hard. Golly. Kurt Badenhausen is going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. NFL had a really good day yesterday. They debuted the dynamic kickoff, and they won $5 to $14 billion in court.
The new dynamic kickoff is the crux of our poll question. Do you like it? Yes, no, or didn't see it. Those are your choices. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X. We'll talk some sports business next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I like it, Sonny. CB Radio's making a comeback.
Oh, you're something.
Like the meme I sent you?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, I'll make you a bet. You got to be honest. I trust you. All right. Throw it at Jake and see what he thinks about it.
That I will do.
Because he's big into college sports and what have
and
you.
he's big into he's huge into Smokey and the Bandit. Might be his favorite movie.
I didn't know that.
Literally might be his favorite movie.
So it's up to you. You could pawn it all off on me and say this is Moulton's idea, or you could sell it and say, listen.
No, I'm going to give it to you, and I'm saying, what do you think? He'll laugh because he's an SEC guy.
Right. And he'll say, at least we were smart enough not to put a number in our name. We can go as big as we want. Although I don't know how much bigger we can go and still be the Southeastern, but we'll worry about that.
Kurt's on.
Okay. But in fairness, Paul, when Burt Reynolds made those movies, Florida State was either an independent or they were in the Metro. In Irish football, CBS lost the rights. So they had no choice. And I'm at the David Moulton.
Studios, Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 3 of Miller and Moulton, just past the midway point in the 239 and the 904, the final hour of the show in Port Charlotte, Venice, and Lake City. Thanks for being with us on this Football Friday. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote in our poll question. So what'd you think of the new dynamic NFL kickoff? That's how they're hyping it. You liked it? Didn't like it? Got to be honest, didn't see it. The Olympics, Simone Biles, Katie Ledecky, they were on. The big story yesterday, though, in all of sports, quite frankly, could not have been the Olympics. It could have been the NFL and not the Hall of Fame game. Kurt Badenhausen of Sportico is kind enough to join us. He covers the sports business world for Sportico. You can follow Kurt on X, the letter K, Badenhausen, Badenhausen. Kurt, it's David and Mark. Thanks for joining us again. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well, thanks.
All right. It came out late in the day, West Coast time, early evening, East Coast time last night. The reversal by the federal judge of the Sunday ticket verdict. Tackle this from wherever you want to start tackling it. From a legal standpoint, a financial standpoint, go.
Well, I will say, from a sports business standpoint, it seems like the NFL always wins. And this is just one more example where, again, the just a quick recap, Sunday ticket lawsuit. There was a class action suit that basically said the pricing for Sunday ticket was restrictive. A court decided the NFL owed $4.7 billion. A jury decided that the NFL owed $4.7 billion, and that judgment could be tripled. So potentially NFL owners were on the hook for a $14 billion penalty. This case has been going on for almost a decade, and it's had its ups and downs, starting in 2015. And the jury did rule against the NFL once before in this, and then the lawsuit was tossed out. So yesterday's ruling, the judge decided that two witnesses' testimony was it was inadmissible because it was flawed, and once you toss out those two witnesses' testimony, it would have been a totally different verdict as far as the judge is concerned. So tossed it. Huge victory for NFL owners. The lawyers will almost certainly appeal this, but it's kicking the can down the road. And again, pointed out that the NFL's case certainly has its merits, and I don't think NFL owners are going to face any sort of penalty along these lines.
If appealed, will these witnesses not be allowed to give their testimony next time based on what this judge ruled?
Unless their testimony is different. The model that they presented in terms of what Sunday ticket buyers should be paying had some real concerns as far as the judge was concerned. And added on top of that was the math that the jury did to come to the ultimate award of $4.7 billion, which, again, any rudimentary sixth grade math student could look at and say that doesn't make any sense. So talking to NFL owners and executives over the last month, since this came out, again, they were certainly on their radar, and the idea that potentially they would have to post a bond if the judge upheld this. The NFL owners were potentially going to have to post a bond while the appeal was heard. So that certainly was on people's minds, because that is a big number that potentially was they were going to have to put up front. But almost unanimously, they were comfortable with the merits of the NFL's case. The NFL came out very strong against this judgment and was comfortable with their legal argument in this matter.
Talking with Kurt Badenhausen of Sportico about a federal judge yesterday throwing out the $4.7 billion ruling by a jury a few weeks ago against the NFL in what is being called the Sunday Ticket class action lawsuit. Kurt, the judge had other options, though, right? This was the most extreme option. He didn't have to go here, did he?
No, not at all. He could have just moved this along the line and said this was a flawed decision, in my opinion, but the jury has spoken. And the reality is that's how these situations usually work. And that was kind of the expectation here, that the NFL was going to have to go down the appeal route. So this is literally total victory for the NFL. They couldn't have asked for a better ruling, where the judge basically tossed out the entire case, and now it's on the class action folks to appeal the judge's decision. So it is literally like 100% reversal and an absolute total victory for the NFL. They couldn't have asked for a better ruling from this judge.
So from an appeal standpoint, is there much there, if you know what I mean? If these two witnesses are taken out and the judge made the ruling that he did, I know they can appeal, but is there a lot to appeal?
I think there's grounds for this. I mean, the original case convinced a jury that the NFL was at fault here. They did, again, going back, I think it was 2017, originally, a jury sided against the NFL. So I think there are merits to moving forward. They've been at it this long. I don't think this is the end of the line for this case. But I don't. Again, the NFL thinks they are 100%. The law is on their side, and if they end up, and again, if they didn't, the NFL would have settled this a long, long time ago. The NFL's had plenty of opportunity to settle this at a much smaller number than $4.7 billion. But they think the law is absolutely on their side. But again, something's dragged on this long. The expectation is that there will be an appeal, and this is not the total end of the road. But again, the NFL is very comfortable in their legal position. And so but that's the expectation, that this is not the final straw in this case.
Kurt, you cover the business world and sports for a living. Has a league ever had a bigger win in court than the NFL yesterday?
It was a big one. Maybe you can go back to a case they lost, actually. Maybe
right.
The USFL case where they sided. The judge sided with the USFL, but of course only awarded them $1, which was tripled. So that, if you think back to the rise of the USFL and that potential to impact the NFL, was signing stars away from the NFL, and then decided to eventually sue the NFL. But in terms of recent history, this is certainly a massive win for the NFL, because as big as an economic machine, most profitable sports league in the world, richest franchises in the world, $125 billion worth of TV contracts they're in the middle of. It's for certain ownership groups, if they were going to have to put up 1/32 of this, even just as a bond in terms of putting up the cash, the way the NFL has debt limits, and they're not very high. Supposedly they could have expanded the debt limit, but the NFL is very conservative. They don't like owners borrowing a lot of money. So it was potentially going to be very tricky. Maybe not for the Jerry Jones and Stan Kroenkes of the world, but for some of those other ownership groups that, while their teams are wildly profitable, they're not sitting on billions and billions of dollars like, say, the Walton family out in Denver and some of the other Tepper in Carolina, some of the other uber wealthy NFL owners.
Kurt, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend and safe travels along the way. Hopefully we can talk again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you having me on.
Kurt Badenhausen covers the sports business world for Sportico, sportico.com. Follow Kurt on X, the letter K, Badenhausen. You're talking about $460 million per team here is having to pay off $4.7 billion. That's never mind if the sucker got tripled. I mean, now you're talking $1.4 billion a team.
No. It was 4.7 billion. If you triple it, it's around 14.
Right. Okay. So
your math got a little off.
Yeah,
there.
my math got a little. Well, if you think about it, 32 teams.
Right.
Okay. To pay off. Okay. I'm talking about paying off the 14.1. It's 450 million.
There you go.
Per owner, maybe 460 to pay off if it had been tripled to 14.1.
Right.
So you're looking at 150-ish per owner if they just had to pay off the 4.7.
Bingo.
Man, it got tossed yesterday.
Completely
tossed.
And the judge throughout the case, and that's what Kurt alluded to, was basically, there was a lot of talk that the attorneys for the plaintiffs here were acting out of sorts. The judge kind of tipped his hand, said he wanted this testimony thrown out. The jury didn't throw it out in his estimation, and he did what was within his rights. It does appear to most everybody to look a little fishy, though. All of a sudden, the NFL wins again because the judge overruled a jury.
And
so the man overrules the people. I mean, that's what it looks like on the surface, if you know what I mean.
Well, and also because he took the most extreme option here. He didn't, he didn't just say, well, we got to do this again. I think there was a mix-up here because the judge, by the way, did tip his hand the day before by saying he thought the jury had screwed up. I mean, that was a quote that came from the judge the day before from the people who were covering the case. So, golly. I mean, listen, you like a nice bottle of booze. If you had won a $150 to $450 million verdict in your favor yesterday, what are you grabbing off the top shelf?
Oh, we're going Blanton's, David. We're drinking some Blanton's bourbon that day. There's no doubt. We're buying bottles of it. And then we're in real trouble when we drank it all and can't afford it.
Well, I don't know. You just made a lot of money yesterday. Whew. So that was arguably the biggest story in sports yesterday. Not Simone Biles and the U.S. and the Olympics and what have you. And not the new dynamic kickoff. All right. It was the NFL in court with a big old W. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not through no fault of our own. The show is in need of sponsors.
Miller to 21,000. Or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Four-Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well done, Axe. Did he like it?
Nice. Mello hates the kickoff. All right.
Yeah, I got a text that hated the kickoff, so I thought we could go to that in the poll question. We come back here and go new dynamic kickoff. I think you have to ask yourself, everybody, that it does still hold up, X, and there's no doubt. But I think you have to ask yourself on the kickoff, do you like the new kickoff better than a touchback? That's where I am. But that's just me. Time's your flight, David?
A little after 2.
Charlotte, then Jacksonville again?
It's in Cleveland. No, it's Delta, so it's through Atlanta.
Okay.
So I don't know what the storm situation is. But I mean, if I get out of here, I can grab a car and drive from Atlanta if I have to.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Minutes past the hour on this Football Friday. It is the first Friday in August, and thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, not only 30, 60 minutes after every show and download what you missed, but go and, well, sign up for our Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's coming up in 2.5 weeks, Tuesday, August 20th. Seating is limited. Dr. Roto to answer all your questions. I mean, you get 90 minutes with truly a fantasy football expert, one of the best in the country, in a room, you and him, and he will tell you who he's playing and why also. It's a nice little event we throw together. Food and drink come with it. You want booze, got to pay for it yourself. But go to millerandmoulton.com, the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday, August 20th. It's at the new and improved Shoeless Joe's in the Doubletree in Bell Tower Shops in Fort Myers.
Do they still have the quesadilla on the menu?
I would have changed location if they moved it. Yeah.
It's
Darn
not
right.
the new dynamic fantasy football event, but it is dynamic.
It is. And it's the revamped, the refurbished Shoeless Joe's. You will get to decide whether or not it's dynamic.
All right, let me get to a couple of texts we received, David. First off, the new kickoff makes me want the real kickoff even more. It's weird. And
Okay.
I'm with you on the weird, but is it worse than a touchback? And then this is the other question that we got, and I think the answer is no, but I want to ask it of you, David. It was texted a while back, and by the way, you can text the show at 21,000, a new keyword. That keyword is Miller. If you have not texted the show in a while, you need to text Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much or as little as you would like. But this person asked, do you think special teams will be eliminated completely? No punts, kickoffs, extra points. Everyone has to go for it in fourth down and go for 2-point conversions.
No. That seems very arena football-like to me. No. That would be making a mockery of the game. No. And in fact, to me, this is kind of Roger Goodell putting his stake in the ground and saying, I am bringing special teams back into the game. It may never be a third of the game like it was 40 and 50 years ago, but I am going to bring special teams back. Think about the last two big rule changes that Goodell has initiated. They've both been special teams, turning the 20-yard extra point into 33 yards so that it wasn't just a automatic. I mean, we had years where 4 extra points were missed. And oh, by the way, do you know how many kickoff returns for touchdowns there were last year in the NFL? 4. 4. The whole league. 4. And Roger Goodell's like, this is ridiculous. Okay. I mean, and now everybody's just banging it through the end zone. 3 out of every 4 kicks was a touchback last year. Every kick was a touchback in the Super Bowl. I mean, how ironic. Devin Hester, days before the game, had been told he's going into the Hall of Fame. You know, returned the opening kickoff of Super Bowl for a touchdown. And now the Super Bowl in Vegas, you know, city in this country where we put on the biggest show possible. No kickoff returns, though. So, Mark, here's the thing that I'm curious about. Those that don't like it, and you know what? Listen, I get it. It is weird. I mean, come on, it looks funny. I mean, you know, like I voted, did you like the new dynamic kickoff? I voted yes, but I voted yes compared to what it is we had before, which was the old dynamic touchback. I'm not voting that this is, this isn't like the new menu item in which you go, wow, this is incredible. This is like all of a sudden mom started, cooking something and you're eating it and you're going, well, this is better than it used to be.
What's the last menu item that you thought was dynamic? What was the new menu item that stopped you in your tracks? Has there been one in the last few years? I mean, David, you hit a drive-through as much as anybody I know. Is there something on the dollar menu at one of the many drive-thrus that you go to that hit you and you went, you know what? That's dynamic.
Now, it's not a new menu item. You just can't get it most places. In the Charlotte airport on Wednesday, they didn't serve chips with your burger. They didn't serve fries with your burger. They served tater tots. All right. I thought I was going to go home with someone. I was so happy. My goodness. Really? And not only that, it was a good portion of tater tots. I was like, oh my goodness. Can I hug someone?
Do you put ketchup on your tater tots?
I didn't in this case.
They were that good.
They were, and they were crispy, and I didn't want anything to take the crisp away. No ketchup. Mark, I didn't even use a fork. Those tater tots didn't stand a chance.
I thought maybe when you said you didn't use a fork, the only reason you would is because you can get more than one on a fork.
I can grab 17 with a hand. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. And listen, it's just one of those things, 3 times a year you have tater tots. So the one time you get, you're like, wait a minute. I thought I was getting fries. I got tater tots. Last menu item. I'm going to have to think about that, especially since you hit me where I live on the dollar menu. Man, oh man. I will say this, a really good boneless, not chicken wing, because I hate boneless wings.
Well, right? David, I think we now know, if you've been listening to the show, boneless wings do not need to be boneless.
And what's the state again? Was it Ohio?
Ohio.
Where was Ohio?
It was in Ohio.
Be boneless. But like there was a sports bar in Southwest Florida, and there's still a few of them, Stevie Tomatoes. They used to have the chicken strips. Okay. Let me tell you, a big, thick, juicy 5 or 6 chicken strip appetizer. That's probably the happiest I've been in 15 years. Yeah. I mean, I'd put that just under having a granddaughter. I really. Big, juicy chicken strips. Oh, my goodness.
I've got nothing for that. I mean, that's what stops you is a big chicken strip. I mean, I've got nothing to say to that. And the food snob that I am, nothing wrong with a chicken strip.
But I'm talking big and juicy. I'm not talking, the stuff that looks like it's frozen and it came out. No, I'm looking.
No, I got you.
Right. And if they made it a meal and served them with tater tots, I swear that's it. I'd be done. All right. I'd look at the granddaughter and go, you got some work to do just to reclaim your spot. Just so you know. Because this is right there. This is up there. So for what it's worth, nearly 50% said, hey, be honest, I didn't watch the game last night. The Olympics were on. I have a life. I didn't watch preseason football. We get it. But of the half of you that did respond to the poll question and did watch, 80% of you who watched it liked it in comparison to what it was.
Which was a touchback. And my only worry is what Pat's pointed out a couple of times on the show, that he thinks coaches are just going to get scared at some point and say, kick it through the end zone. Give it to him at the 30. We'll see what happens. But last night, I thought there would be more touchbacks because special teams coaches didn't want to show their hand. Instead, they were wanting film. They're wanting to see against an opposition what this looks like.
Now, here's a few things to take into consideration last night. First off, most everybody on the field, how many of them are going to be covering kicks and returning kicks in a month from now? Secondly, there were very few kicks, Mark, that were angled, that were high and short, if you will, 5-yard line in between the numbers and the sideline. Almost all the kicks were straight down the middle of the field. last night. And only one resulted in a touchback. So obviously, things are going to be very different than this in the regular season. But that's our poll question. The new dynamic kickoff. Did you like it? Not like it? Yeah, I didn't watch.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Probably Duncan's Canada Relief.
Although when we did the poll question many months ago, Krispy Kreme won big over quality of donuts they preferred, but there's
Duncan's
a lot
does
more
more
Dunkin'.
business. There's a lot more Dunkin's. It's a coffee place. I mean,
all smart by them. I'm not a coffee drinker, but from what I hear, it's decent coffee. It's half the price of Starbucks. I mean, there you go.
$20 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. That's the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. So it's our final segment of the week in Port Charlotte, Venice, Lake City. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, what'd you think of the new, they're billing it as dynamic kickoff in the NFL? You like it? Don't like it? I didn't watch. Come on, the Olympics are on. Simone, Katie Ledecky, are you serious? I'll check it out later, maybe. Then again, Ravens and Chiefs in 34 days. Maybe I'll check it out then. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's 2.5 weeks away. It's Tuesday, August 20th. millerandmoulton.com, sign up. Seating is limited, and there are not many events like this in the country. So if you're into fantasy football, which many of you are, you should really take advantage of this. And we'll be there. And
Great night, a lot of fun. It will help you win your league. It helped me win mine last year.
Not only
My
that,
son has called me a blatant cheater. He's like, what do you host a radio show? And now you go to a cheating competition to help you win a little fantasy league. And I said yes to all. I have no issues with it whatsoever. Whatever it takes to get the dollar.
Of course, you said, I didn't win money on fantasy football until I was in my 50s, right? Okay. You're calling me a cheater? You know how much I've donated to the cause over the years?
A couple of texts we got, David, that are important to this show right now.
Okay.
And I don't know what this person, he sent back-to-back texts. The first one is Dynamic Tater Tots is a great brand name, which I agree with. But he followed it up with boneless wings are the tater tots of poultry. Now, I don't know if that's degrading tater tots or degrading boneless wings or elevating boneless wings. I'm confused as hell about the whole text.
I think it's degrading.
I do too.
Yeah, that's how I took it. But, it's always dangerous, email, text, and what have you, to then, decipher the true intent. It can be lost. So, Backsburg in our Twitch chat room, Mark, wonders how long until the college game implements the new kickoff. I don't think they will. I really don't.
But I do think you need to watch at least a preseason game before the first Thursday night game, because you will have had 2 weeks of college football, week 0 and week 1, in which you watch football the way you've always watched it. If you tune in on Thursday, what is it, September 5th?
Right.
All right, just had to make sure I had the date right. But when you tune in September 5th, Thursday, to watch the Ravens and the Chiefs, it's not going to look like if you've not watched preseason football, you're going to go, what the hell's going on? Because it is the new dynamic kickoff.
Well, and I will say there's a lot to it. I mean, not just how they line up. If you kick it into the end zone on the fly, and either it goes through the end zone or it's downed in the end zone, then the team gets it on the 30. If by chance the ball bounces into the end zone, either through the end zone or it bounces and the receiving team catches it and takes a knee, then the ball only comes out to the 20. Here's the thing, though. The ball can only bounce between the goal line and the 20-yard line. You can't do a 17 bounce squib kick anymore. I mean, you have to kick the ball in the air to at least the 20-yard line. The ball can only bounce between the goal line and the 20. If it bounces before the 20, then that's the equivalent of kicking it out of bounds. The team gets the ball at the 40. So that's why they call it, I think, is it the landing area? Is that what they called
The
it?
landing zone, I believe.
Gotcha. So, there's a lot to this. It's basically for those that watch the UFL, and the TV rating said 1 million of you watched every UFL game on average. So, this is taking basically what they were doing and just touching it up a little bit and saying, ta-da! But, I mean, Mark, I don't know if you agree, but we have observed that for as much as the college game is changing to more and more of the NFL game, while the NFL takes as much out of the college game as they can besides the players, all right, college football, very rarely do they talk about player safety. And plus, there's not one override. I mean, the NCAA doesn't control major college football. The conferences do. So you can't get the conferences to agree on anything. So they're all going to come together for a uniform set of safety rules? They don't care. Hell, I'd argue, Mark, they care less now. They're blatantly paying the football player. You really think they care? Let the NFL worry about that. Let the NFL worry about making sure mom still lets their kid play football.
Yeah. You've talked about it many times. If they cared about safety at the collegiate level, they would change the rules on hitting the quarterback. The quarterback in college can get absolutely destroyed. You're allowed to hit him a step after he throws the ball. You're allowed to drive him into the ground and land on him. Things that you cannot do on Sunday are perfectly legal on Saturday.
I mean, I watched Tennessee hit Bryce Young and drive him into the ground for 4 hours in a way in which, quite frankly, the NFL would have suspended 2 of those defenders for the next week's games minimum. And none of those hits even received a penalty. So I don't think college football will be changing this. Plus, also, let's be honest, it does look weird. I mean, you got to have a good reason to implement this new kickoff, don't you, Mark? I mean, you're not going to draw this sucker up and go, I think we should change our free-flowing, kick it off from the 35. Also, here's the other thing. You can't do an onside kick without disclosing that you want to do an onside kick. And you can't do it before the fourth quarter. There's no surprise onside kicks anymore. You can still have that in college football. You can still have the squib kick in college football. Can't have any of that in the NFL now.
Yeah, late second half or late first half scores in the NFL. You kick a field goal, there's a couple of seconds left on the clock where they just squib it. Nope, can't do that anymore.
Nope. Ball's got to go in the air.
If you squib it and it lands before the 20, you give the team the ball at the 40. Most quarterbacks, I mean, not that Hail Marys work all the time, but you can get that ball to the end zone.
Or one decent completion away from sending a guy out for a 60-yarder. And half the guys in the league can kick one of those now. So, I mean, it's definitely different. But this is Goodell, who for a full year had said, I really want to do something. And then when he watched the Super Bowl, he basically lost it. And he said, that's it. And from all accounts, Goodell said to the owners, I'm changing this. All right. I know I work for you, but no. I'm getting what I want here. We're changing this. And okay. I guess we could try anything for a year. Sure. Well, whatever you want, Raj. So here we go. And once again, in the preseason, you're not going to see what they're going to unveil in the regular season. I don't think you'll see reverses. I don't think you'll see throwback passes. I don't know how much you're going to see angling kicks into the corners.
Well, that's last night. I only watched the opening kick, which wasn't angled. Were there any kicks angled, or was it pretty vanilla, David?
Not a single kick was angled. Every kick was down the middle of the field. 3 of them landed in the end zone. Only one of the 3 was knelt down for a touchback. One of the kicks would have landed at the 1. It was caught a yard deep in the end zone. Another kick was fielded 3 yards deep in the end zone. The guy returned it. The other kick was fielded 3 to 5 yards deep in the end zone, and he took a knee. So the kick came out to the 30. Now, for what it's worth, the average kickoff return last night, 8 kickoffs, 7 of them returned. The average return was 24 yards. So in theory, you kick one high down to the 2 or 3 yard line, they returned it 24 yards, you're saving 3 or 4 yards from instead of pounding it through the end zone and they get it to 30. And I will say both kickers did a very good job, Mark. You know how, like, when you're pretty good at hitting a wedge or a 9-iron and you can hit it, let's just say you can hit your 9-iron $140 and you can hit it within 2 yards of $140 every time. You're just good at it. The kickers, obviously, professional kickers, Mark, they were really good at kicking it down to the goal line and the 1 yard line last night. They really were. And so a 24-yard return, these guys are barely getting to the 25-yard line. Teams were saving 5 to 6 yards by kicking it the way they were kicking it as opposed to blasting it through the end zone.
Now, you start throwing in elements in the regular season. We start getting into November. We got more winds. We got cold weather. I think this adds even more elements to this. I think by the time we get midseason, people will have adopted and will like this rule because it's a play. At the end of the day, we want more plays in football. Unless you've just determined the kickoff's the time when you can go get another beer, refresh your sandwich, and come back down to the couch and know that you've got 4 or 5 minutes before football starts again.
I think the only way this backfires, if you will, is if the return teams start winning and we're getting half the returns beyond the 30. If all of a sudden we see a handful of touchdowns, because we'll say it again, there were 4 kickoff returns for touchdowns in the NFL last year. 4. I mean, think about that. 1 a month. So if all of a sudden we're getting, like Mark, I think you and I have a gentleman's bet on the number of kickoff returns for touchdowns this year, and you put the over under at 9.5, and I went over. That's basically getting every other week, 18-week season, 17 games. So if you have a kickoff return for a touchdown every other week, that's 9. And I think we'll get one. I do. I think we'll get 10, 11 kickoff returns for touchdowns this year. I do.
Mike Westhoff's convinced he's going to have one. I mean, we had him on the air. We talked to him off the air. He's convinced he's got ideas that will work. Wouldn't share any of them because he doesn't want them out there. He starts to, and then he cuts himself off. But now he definitely thinks he sees ideas that can lead to scoring plays.
And Canada Relief in our Twitch chat room says, do you think you'll see Tyreek returning a kick? Oh, I definitely think you're going to see teams put some starters on the field. Okay, I mean, if you're the Dolphins, how do you not put Tyreek and Achane back there and say, bring it? Come on now. There's nobody on the field who's as fast as them. If by chance they get a seam, he gone. And you could even cover it, and he could outrun you to the sideline and get to the 40. And so does that force teams to just say, oh, yeah, I'm pounding this sucker through the end zone? And the Dolphins go, great, we'll start at the 30 every time.
Just for the threat of someone be able to take it to the house? Absolutely.
Now, I think what could happen is that's what teams do. If this starts working, if the return teams start winning, I think you'll see special teams coaches and head coaches just say, pound the sucker through the end zone. Then I think you have a chance. I don't know if Goodell will do it during the season, but I actually think there's a chance that Goodell then says, well, we're moving the touchback out to the 35.
David, I think you're on to something there, but no way it'll happen during the season. There's no way the owners and competition committees would make a rule change in the middle of a season. I don't see that happening. But for the following season, because as you've pointed out throughout the show, who wants this?
The
Roger
commissioner.
Goodell.
Yeah.
What has he wanted that he's not been able to accomplish?
Getting
Right.
Rich McKay off the competition committee. Otherwise, he gets everything he wants. It's one of the great mysteries of life, by the way, Rich McKay and the competition committee, but that's a whole other story. So there you have it. You know, that's, got to admit, it was the only thing I was interested in last night. Troy turned to me 2 minutes before the broadcast started and said, what interests you? I go, kickoffs. I go, I want to see, like, I literally said, I want to see 7 field goals tonight because I just want to see kickoffs. And fortunately, we had 6 kickoffs in the first half.
Yeah, if it wouldn't have been rained out, you might have got a few more.
I know we had 8 in less than 3 quarters. So,
And apparently for those of you that played the game on Hard Rock Bet, you got paid for your over, even though the game didn't end.
if you played it everywhere else, I don't think you cashed in last night, no matter your bet. It was considered a non-game. Games have to go 55 minutes out of 60 in Vegas for them to be considered a real game. Miller and Moulton. Scott Lewis covers the Bears. He does many things, but he does cover the Bears. And so we'll talk to him about how camp's going for Chicago next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wide receiver hurt on special teams, and it has happened. I mean, in the comeback game, Julio Jones got hurt with 3 minutes to go after Auburn scored to take the 1-point lead. Nick sent Julio Jones out to return the kickoff, and he got hurt, and he didn't play on the final series. So it does happen. And Jiff, no, because think about it. If the NFL wanted to influence the game last night in any way, they would have leaned on the Bears to play Caleb Williams. Give him a series or two. So no. The coaches were deciding on their own. I thought Troy had a good line last night. I don't know how many of you heard it. I'm not quite sure if it was late second quarter or in the third quarter, in which he said, we are going to be spending so much time talking to special teams coaches this year and talking to special teams coaches because of this new kickoff rule, that he said, I think special teams coaches are going to get their own NIL.
On the Big Rig Network.
Ba-dum-bum.
Oh, I got to call this guy.
You got a minute or so.
All set.
But Jay Knoll, they could angle one to the corner and think this is our chance to get a shot at Tyreek also. I don't think the Dolphins will put Tyreek out there, but I'll bet you they put Achane out there. And no, Baxberg, you keep on choosing.
Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question at that Mark Miller at the David Moulton. So what'd you think? The dynamic, that's how they're billing it. New kickoff. Liked it, didn't like it, or, Olympics run. I didn't watch. All right, vote accordingly. We know Scott Lewis saw it because, well, he hosts a terrific Bears podcast. 79th and Hallis is the name of it. He is the inspiration behind the Barber's Chair Network. You can follow Scott on X at BarbChairScott, BarbChairScott. Scott, David, and Mark, thanks for doing this. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Oh, no problem. Good morning. How y'all feeling?
Well, we're fine. First off, your thoughts on the dynamic new kickoff last night. Like it or no?
It was a little weird. I think I'll have more of an opinion on it when I see it like actually in regular season. It looks kind of weird. I know they practiced that a lot this week at Bears camp. So I think it's something that we'll probably get adjusted to later. But I'm really interested to see how it's going to be like and how different teams are going to, strategize with it once the actual season starts. But it was good to get a first look at it yesterday.
I know Caleb Williams didn't play last night, but from when the Bears drafted him, now through camp, what have your impressions been in camp? What have your impressions have been of how he's handled himself with the media? And as we go forward, obviously the microscope will be on him very closely when the regular season starts. But up to this point, what have your impressions been?
I've been impressed. Media-wise, he's, very well media trained, it feels like. It kind of feels like, somebody who's been in the spotlight probably since he's been, late high school. Obviously, when he was at Oklahoma, being at USC is a big thing because, USC is basically LA's pro team. So you have to go through all the media out there. And, I think so far he's handled it well. I mean, he thinks his questions through, thinks his answers through before he answers his questions and, gives us, full answers instead of just, the regular short answer. Now, we'll see if that's the same, like, mid-October and things like that. But so far, so good on that front. As far as the actual football, I like what I'm seeing from him in camp so far. He has his struggles. Obviously, he's a rookie. You're going up against a very tough defense in this Bears defense that's expected to be hopefully top 10 this year. So he's definitely had a couple of days where it wasn't as good. But he's shown a lot of great signs. And one thing that's really stood out to me since the end of OTAs in June was his knowledge of the playbook and, his control of the offense. It feels like he's getting hit to that very, very quickly. And another thing that I've paid attention to the most that was kind of a struggle of his in USC was he's getting off the ball really, really quick. And I think the running backs like DeAndre Swift and Khalil Herbert, though they're really helping with him get that out real quick. And you just see so many weapons he has. It's going to be, I think, I don't want to say very hard for him to have a bad season because he is a rookie, but when you got guys like DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and now Roma Dunze, who's really clicked with camp, I think this is going to be a good way for him to start his career. So I'm very impressed just 2 weeks in the camp.
Scott, you've covered the Bears for a while. The talent doesn't mean wins, but on the offensive side of the ball, just skill positions. When's the last time the Bears were 3-4 deep at wide receiver? We're 2 to 4 deep at tight end. We're 3 deep at running back. This is the Bears. I mean, Scott, yeah. I'm trying to think going all the way back to, Peyton and Neil Anderson and, Willie Gault. And I think you might have to go back 40 years.
Yeah. I think the closest they came to it was probably 10, 12 years ago when it was Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey, Martellus Bennett, and Matt Forte. That's probably the closest they came to it. I think that team gets forgotten a lot because they were actually like the number 2 offense in 2013, I think it was. But the defense, for the first time, like franchise history, was like bottom 10. So that's why we got to forget those things. But as far as what we see right now, I don't ever remember seeing it this deep. Roma Dunze will be an instant number 1 on a lot of teams right now, being drafted number 9. He's number 3 right now in the depth chart. And I actually think that's great for him to learn from guys like DJ Moore, who just got a new extension, and maybe a future Hall of Famer in Keenan Allen. So this is Brian Poles. he inherited a mess. Like 2 years ago when he got hired, that was my second year on the Bears beat. And that was a tough roster. You went from having guys like, Byron Pringle and Dante Pettis. He's still on the team, but like Dante Pettis and guys like that were Justin Fields receivers in the second year to having this stacked roster. I think you really got to give all the credit to Ryan Poles for doing what he needs to do.
All right. Has he done enough with the offensive line? They've invested in it. It's a young offensive line, but will it be able to block enough with all these skilled guys, with these good running backs, with a rookie quarterback? A lot of pressure on the line to me. Can they deliver?
Yeah, I think the two, weaknesses I don't know about weaknesses, but question marks for the Bears would definitely have to be the trenches with the offensive line and the front seven with the defensive line. I think when healthy, this is a solid group. Now, the keywords there are when healthy. I'm nervous about Nate Davis again. He had started camp practicing everything. He something messed up, and I think his leg or something like that, and he's missed all this week of practice. He hasn't practiced. Tevin Jenkins has done really, really well, but can he stay healthy? Braxton Jones as well. I think the only question marks I don't have are Darnell Wright, who they drafted last year. He's looking to have another great year this year. So I think what he did do, go out there and trade in for Ryan Bates and going to get a Coleman Shelton, who they're having a battle for the center position right now. And even if, there's an injury, one of them can play guard. I think that helps with the depth. I'm not as concerned about the depth of this offensive line like I was before, but I would just love to see them be healthy, because if they're healthy, I think that this won't be an issue for the Bears offense.
Scott Lewis, co-host of the 79th and Hallis podcast, covering the Bears. He is the inspiration behind the Barber's Chair Network. You can follow Scott on X, Barb Chair Scott. Did Eberflus make a mistake, or was it just a missed opportunity not giving Caleb and the ones a series last night? With the way the twos went through the twos, you figured the ones out there would have had an easy time of it. Did he make a mistake in not taking advantage of the extra preseason game? I mean, Caleb Williams, when interviewed on the sideline, said, "Yeah, I'm itching to go. I haven't played since November 18th.
Yeah, Caleb definitely is. He told us that a couple of days ago he wanted to play. I don't think he's missed the opportunity just because they've only had maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks of camp so far going into this game. And, he told us that he had been in collaboration with the Texans head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and they've been going over, which players are going to play and things like that. So I personally wouldn't put my prize QB out there when you're going against backups who they're fighting for their life right now. They're just trying to get a job. I wouldn't put them out there in that position. The good thing for the Bears is they've got 3 more preseason games this year. So I expect him, they said they expect him to play within 45 to 50 snaps this year, which lines up with some of the first-round quarterbacks in the last couple of years, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, guys like that. So I do think he'll get a bulk of his snaps this upcoming Saturday. Well, next Saturday in Buffalo. They've got a joint practice week against the Bengals. That'll be a preseason game at home. And if they want to play the last game against Kansas City, there's there too. So I wasn't mad at it. If he would have decided to do that, I don't think it would have been an issue. But I think just if you look through the history of the NFL, I can't remember the last time the teams played their starters in a Hall of Fame game. So I didn't have a problem with it. And it was actually good to see Brett Rippon and Tyson Bagent get some chicken to see who will be the number 2 quarterback behind Caleb Williams. So I honestly didn't have a problem with it. I think if he doesn't play, significant snaps on next Saturday, then yeah, it might be a problem. But right now, I'm kind of fine with how Flus went about it.
Because of the trade with the Panthers, we all know the Bears were a 7-win team, so expectations are higher. Are they too high on Caleb Williams in your estimation? Is there too much pressure on this young man heading into the season?
No, I don't think pressure phases him. I think definitely we'll see once the actual games start. NFL pressure is different than college pressure, but he kind of gives me somebody who he's been through this. He's been through this kind of pressure. I lived, in Los Angeles for 10 years, and I know how that fan base feels about USC. Of course, you have the Rams and the Chargers, but the USC is their pro team out there. So the scrutiny he faced last year, them finishing like 7-5, him having bad games. And a lot of people killed him for him hopping into the stands and crying in front of his mom. People talk about his nails. He's dealt with a lot of criticism. And I think, too, here, there'll be pressure for the Bears. But at the same time, I look at it like this. He doesn't have to do much for this to be one of the best seasons in Bears history from a quarterback position, just because of how much hasn't been done at that position. He can go out there and have a moderate, 25 touchdown, maybe 12 interception year, and I think that'd be pretty good considering what we've seen in this franchise. So I think he's ready for it, and I think more than anything that Ryan Poles has put a team around him to the fact that even when he does make his rookie mistakes, you're around that. So it's going to be his downs aren't going to be like the average number one pick, like a Bryce Young, who he's going through the ups and downs with nothing around him in Carolina. So I think he'd be fine. I don't really think pressure bothers this kid.
Scott, final one for me. Is the defense good enough for the Bears to be a playoff team? Is the defense playoff caliber?
Yes, I do think this defense is playoff caliber. I think the pass rush will determine if they're Super Bowl caliber. I think the linebacking core is great. You've got Tremaine Edmonds. He's been great since he came over from Buffalo. T.J. Edwards led the team in tackles last year, like 157. Jack Sanborn, he's been great. He's been one of those guys. You know how sometimes you watch preseason and you wonder if this player that you see is really going to make it to the roster. A couple years ago, he looked like somebody who jumped off the page in one of those preseason games in like 2022, and he bounced. He's become a starter on this team, and he's been great. And the secondary is the strength of this defense. You've got Jalen Johnson, who just got paid like a number one corner. He's been excellent in camp, like to the fact that they're not really throwing his way. Tyree Stevenson coming off, he had a rough start this rookie year last year, but ended up really, really good. Ended up with 4 interceptions. I think he's going to have a great year. Kyler Gordon, he's going to be great in nickel spot. And just a safety, Jaquan Brisker, one of the most hard-hitting safeties in the league. And you go out here and you get a vet like Kevin Byard. He's going to bring stuff, and even to the point where they have been calling him the captain of the defense at this point. And that's something big because they lost, I believe, their captain last year, Eddie Jackson. His play went down the last couple of years. He was the vocal leader of that defense. So I think this defense is ready for the playoffs 100%. But if Montez Sweat, we know what Montez Sweat is going to do. If Gervon Dexter can have the big year that Bears fans and also Bears front office and the Bears coaches expect him to have, this is going to be a great team. And I really think that they're going to see, I think Ryan Poles is going to see what this front seven does. And if it doesn't move the needle like he wants to do, I think he will make another deadline deal like he did.
Okay.
I mean, there's been, names like
Gotcha.
Matthew Judon flowing around. So I do believe that they're playoff caliber. But if this front seven can create pressure, then this opens a whole new world for the Bears, and they can go far farther than a lot of people think they can go.
Scott Lewis, co-host of 79th and Hallis. It's a Bears podcast. He is the inspiration behind the Barber's Chair Network. Follow him on X at BarbChairScott, BarbChairScott. Scott, thanks for joining us, Miller and Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, listen, I don't do fantasy candidate relief, but I know he's the top 10 tight end for this reason. He's the number 2 target on the team. So he should do in an offense that throws the ball. So he should, I would expect him to be a top 6 tight end in fantasy drafts, but then I don't do fantasy though. So no.
Did you shut all the lights off in your room?
No, what's happened is the sun has broken through the clouds, and now, so
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just when you get close to the thing, it gets black.
Right. So if I block the sun, now I'm just going off the lighting in the room. So
that's better.
Yeah.
For what it's worth.
Because it looked like an eclipse.
Well, it looked like an inquisition.
Right. And my head being the moon. That's a big ass moon. No, I tell you what, Black Tip, I will write Taylor Dahl. Okay. See, we got 2 people who cover the Jazz. We got the ESPN guy and we got JP Shadrick, but okay. I'll look into Taylor Dahl. Covers the Jags, but loves the Bears. Got it.
Not believe in yourself.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts heading into the first weekend in August, coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. A reminder, if you've been with us this entire third act, this is our third go-around. We did afternoons, we did mornings, now we're doing morning syndicated, so it's our third act. The text way to, text us is 21,000, but we had a different code, password, if you will, to get through the security gate before. Now it's simply Miller.
That's right. I took control.
Right.
Damn it. The code word's going to be Miller, and that's the way it is.
Yeah. What I said. Co-host, executive producer, chief engineer, okay, lead sales guy, using my name.
We split that pretty well. I'm not going to take that.
We're trying. Well, you end up being the lead sales guy because you're more on site. So you end up having to do more. But yeah, we're both making the calls, the contacts. We're put it this way. We're throwing the almost equal fishing lines in the water. You're just ultimately the one scaling the fish.
I think I have to do a little bit more of the dirty work. You may be right.
Yeah, right.
The blood and guts are on my shoes, not yours.
Right.
You're traveling through airports while I'm digging through the fish. I see how this works.
So the code word's Miller, damn it. Well, not Miller, damn it. It's just Miller. All right. And that's how you can do it once.
I can't wait for the text that says Miller. Damn it.
And so anyway, 21,000, code word Miller. Do it one time. You never have to do it again. And then you can text to your heart's content. Go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's coming up in 2.5 weeks. Tuesday, August 20th. Dr. Roto, the star of the show.
Sign up. Time to get at it.
Yep. Seating is limited. So, usually we do around 50 or 60, and that's it. And a lot of people express an interest in this. So Tuesday, August 20th, we figure that's right before you're going to do your fantasy drafts. You get the info, and then boom, go win your fantasy league with Dr. Roto. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. So there. Our poll question, don't know if you watched last night, but the preseason and the new kickoff rule, they're calling it the dynamic kickoff. You decide, do you like it? No, I didn't like it at all. Or, come on, man, the Olympics are going on. I'm not watching preseason football, and I can watch Simone Biles. So that's a vote accordingly.
And Simone Biles was incredible yesterday in winning the all-around gold. Actually trailed for a little bit after not having her best bars performance. Had to come from behind, something she's not used to. So great stuff there. A lot of golds yesterday for the U.S. Still trailing China.
Yeah, we won 4 golds yesterday. We had only won 5 the whole Olympics before yesterday. So we're up to 9 total heading into today. China with 11 gold. We've got we're 10 ahead of France for total medals, and we haven't even started running track and field yet. So, I mean, we're going to end up with the most medals. It's just a matter of we're going to end up with the most gold. And right now we're tied for second, 2 behind China, for whatever that's worth. Katie Ledecky with at least one more event to swim. By the way, Simone Biles is competing in 3 individual events still. Vault, beam, and floor. So the likelihood is
floor.
You think she'll win vault and floor?
She'll win vault and floor.
I think she'll win. I think she'll win floor.
Oh, she'll win vault. It's not even close.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you don't get many shots at it, man. Pressure.
I got you.
I know.
I got you. You'd need odds from me if you were to take her in vault.
Okay, so basically with 3 individual events left, if I put the over-under gold medal count for Simone going forward at 1.5, you would go over.
I'd go way over because she's got a legit shot to win the gold and the beam as well.
Right. So you definitely think she's going to win 2 out of 3. Would
Oh,
you
yeah.
go over? If I put it at 2.5, would you go over?
Probably.
Wow. Wow. Look at you. You got the fever.
I've certainly acquired it. My wife had it. She was contagious, and I caught it, David.
Well, I mean, if you're going to catch it from anybody, might as well catch it from the wife.
Exactly.
It's a lot cheaper that way. That's for sure. Oh. Oh, boy. Listen, we haven't spent a lot of time on this, and I understand this topic, that turns a lot of people off. But and I know he's getting he's getting $222.6 million over the next 6 years. But I mean, Mike Trout's career is in serious jeopardy here. He turns 33 next week. He's got 6 years left on a deal at 37.1 a year. He can't play. He will have played a month this year. That's it. August 29th was his last game. He has knee surgery. He rehabs for 3 months. He comes back. He lasts 2 innings and tears the same meniscus. He's played over 88 games in one of the last 5 seasons. Now, one of the 5 was a COVID year in which they only played 60-something games. But, I mean, he's only played 90 games once this decade. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, but Mark, if the Angels called you up, whatever team you were, and just said, listen, we want to dump his salary. So we know you don't have anybody making $222 million over the next 5 years, but find 2 guys on your team that you want to unload that the salaries for the next year or 2 are comparable. Okay. And we're not even looking for much else in return. Here, take Mike Trout off our hands.
How could you trade for him right now?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
I couldn't. No.
Would you take the $110 to $150 million risk on the final 3 or 4 years of his deal? Okay, where you don't have comparable salaries. Would you risk that in which, Mark, if he gets it together, if he, even if he plays 120, 130 games a year, he's a really good player still.
I gotcha. And maybe if you're the Dodgers or the Phillies or the Yankees or Mets that have the money to do it, possibly. But I don't know how many franchises, have the ability financially to take on that kind of money without any assurance that he's going to play.
Now, you do have to point out Mike Trout is a full no trade. He's been in the league over 10 years. So Mike Trout can veto any trade. But let's just say you get Trout to go, yeah, I think we all need a change of scenery. And the Angels find somebody who for the next 2 years, what they trade out, it's a wash. But basically the team is deciding they're going to take on 35, 36, 37, and 38-year-old Mike Trout at $37 million a year, which when you think about it is a bargain if he plays 70% of who he is, because those players are going to be making $50 and $60 million a year. I'm curious if the Phillies would do it. We all know
that's the one team that I would think that they could get away with it if it didn't work out. Bringing the hometown kid there, I don't think it would have the same problems that it would if you take him somewhere else where he didn't play. But that would be tough to swallow right now, David, because I don't know if he ever plays again.
Well, and you certainly don't know if he's ever going to play again where he's not damaged goods. And that's the thing. Can he ever get healthy and then stay healthy?
So disappointing.
Oh, up until and through the age of 28, he was one of the 5 greatest players of all time. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And EB, I do believe teams carry insurance, and I would think this would be part of it, but I don't know how much because he did play some this year. But yes. Nice, Jules. I saw that.
Awesome, Jules. Thanks. My buddy Bob said after the trout talk, can we get back to the chicken strips and tots talk? Okay, we'll do.
I don't think Bob's that far off.
No, I don't think so either.
He going to play again, David?
Yes.
It was a long time the first time for a meniscus.
It was.
I wonder if there's something else there.
Uh-huh. I'll tell you what, though. I do think he needs to leave the organization. First off, on Trout, I don't know if I trust the medical people in this organization anymore. Well, no Canada relief. Well, let's see. If you do 6 months from now, Barstool, August, September, October, November, December, that's 5, January. So in theory, ready to go for spring training.
Hey, 2 days later, my dermatologist called me back.
Mhm. Hey, my wife just texted me. She qualifies for short-term disability. The things that get you fired up when you're married nearly 30 years in your late 50s. Hey, way to go, honey. You're disabled. Congratulations, honey. Way to go. I could use a night out. Traveling the big rig.
I got to turn him off.
Golly.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, we've learned a few things today. We've learned that about half of you didn't even watch the preseason game last night, but that about 75, 80% of you that did, you liked the new kickoff compared to the old kickoff, which was really just a touchback. Those that don't like it, though, really don't like it. Now, they don't have anything to offer in its place, but they like that. I don't like this. Go back to the drawing board. This sucks.
Maybe it'll make you go to just Saturdays only. No more Sunday football. The kickoff's thrown me out.
I mean, is plan B just moving the kickoff back to like the 25 and just saying, well, okay, if we want more returns, we got to keep the ball in play. Only way to do that is.
I mean, that's the kicking team running more.
Oh, I know. No, it makes it
harder collisions, more violent collisions.
Right. But I mean, the NFL won't like it, but I think your solution is, and I don't mean you as in you, Mark, but I mean to those that don't like the dynamic new kickoff rule, if you want it to be like the old one, the only way to have kickoff returns is to move that kickoff back to the 25-yard line. Otherwise, they just pound that sucker through the end zone. 75% of all kickoffs last year were touchbacks. So that's our poll question. Feel free to vote if you haven't. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. And here's what we've also learned. I want to call the Big Ten the big rig, because there's 18 wheels on a 18-wheeler, the big rig. And how many teams in the Big Ten? 18. So let's call it the big rig. Mark's like, no.
You're on your own.
Right. I've put up with a lot of crap from you for a long time. I am not putting up with this. So I need to see how many of you are with me. Huh?
On the big rig. Coming to CBS in a matter of weeks.
The big rig on CBS. A tradition unlike any other.
Take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Vicky, you're being warned.
Yeah. Your time is running out.
Just a matter if I can get all this work done over the weekend. 1776 we start today, David.
It was a good year for the U.S.
This was the formal signing of the Declaration of Independence by 56 people. It is the date most accepted by modern historians as the largest signing of the Declaration. 1864, Saratoga opened. 4 days of racing. Opened its inaugural meet today in 1864. Kerwin won tons of money.
And Parcells was there, and he was grumpy as heck.
Walter Johnson at 19 made his debut today in the major leagues in 1907.
The big train.
Today in 1921, a Chicago jury acquits 8 Chicago White Sox players accused in the Black Sox scandal. The next day, they would be banned from organized baseball for life.
Think about that. Found not guilty, and Major League Baseball said, yeah, you're guilty. Well, no, we were just found not guilty. In all seriousness, Mark, if you had been commissioner in the last 30 years, and there's only been 2 of them, Seelig now and Manfred, you really wouldn't have exonerated Shoeless Joe Jackson and
That's the one that
reinstated him?
gets me. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all, David.
He was a functional illiterate. He signed a piece of paper with an X. All right? He was found not guilty in a court of law. I mean, how much grief? He's dead. How much grief could you get if you were the commissioner of baseball by simply reinstating him, which would then have put him on the Hall of Fame ballot?
Today in 1937, the Marijuana Tax Act was passed, essentially rendering marijuana and all its byproducts illegal. Thank goodness we've done something about that.
I'm going to say that seems outdated.
1961, the Beatles played their first gig as the house band at the Cavern Club in Liverpool.
Pretty good house band.
Yeah, it's a good house band as far as house bands go.
I want to know who they opened for.
American Graffiti debuted today in 73. As did George Brett.
Oh,
not in American Graffiti, but George Brett made his MLB debut. He had one hit in a Royals win over the White Sox. Imagine that, the White Sox lost again.
I will say, George Brett, though, quite the ladies' man. He could have been in American Graffiti. If I could just go back for a second, how would you feel if you were the band and you got to go through the rest of your life going, you know, the Beatles opened for us back in 61?
Yeah, that plays.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, we were bigger than the Beatles for about 3 nights.
Teofilo Stevenson became the first fighter to win 3 Olympic gold medals in the same division today in 80 when he won the super heavyweight gold medal.
Do you remember when people wanted him to fight Ali and in a real fight?
Right.
You know, Ali had become champion again, and Stevenson, I think, had won the gold in 72. But obviously, you know, being from Cuba, okay, but the people wanted, because, you know, Ali took down Foreman, then the third fight with Frazier, he had third fight with Norton, and it was kind of like, hey, you want to fight somebody? How about you go fight that big Cuban?
And it always seemed like it was really close to happening and never did. Jackie Joyner-Kersee became the first athlete to win consecutive golds in the heptathlon when she did so at the Barcelona Olympics today in 1992. Today in 2012, Michael Phelps won his 3rd consecutive gold medal in the 200 IM at the London Games. And today in 2018, TikTok became widely available after merging with Musical.ly, that site. Carol O'Connor and Tim Wakefield would have celebrated birthdays today. And that Porzingis guy is 29. What did I miss, David?
The big Wild Bill Hickok got murdered today.
Okay.
Back in 1876. I mean, you know, there's another, I mean, I won't say it.
Exactly. I had it too, and I skipped it.
Yeah.
There's no real need.
No. And no, that's it. There's a few other things, but they really shouldn't be mentioned, so we'll just move on.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to South Carolina, where a woman in the Low Country bought herself a scratcher. She had just lost her job, bought herself a $10 scratcher, won $300,000. And the good news is in South Carolina, you don't have to reveal who you are when you win the lottery. So she's got that going for her, which is nice. For the bad, we go to the Keys, where Jennifer Ketchum worked for the sheriff's deputy in the Florida Keys in Monroe County. She now faces 19 felony counts of misuse of law enforcement computers, computer networks, and electronic devices because she was trying to do some things for her boyfriend, who was a 19-year-old drug dealer.
Ouch.
And finally, the ugly. We go to the Friendly Skies, where Eric Gapko was on an American Airlines flight from Seattle to Dallas when he started acting unruly. He peeled off his shirt, started ripping the vape pen, and began hitting on a crew member, propositioning her. He ended up being shackled by both his arms and hands, and they had to make an emergency landing in Salt Lake City. He admitted to downing 10 edibles before the flight. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 2nd, 2024.
Well, obviously, we'll have 3 days of Olympics between now and when we return on Monday. It's going on right now. By the way, U.S. men's soccer team gave up a penalty kick goal in the first half. They're nearly at the end of the first half, trailing 1-0 in their quarterfinal. Have to win today to have a chance to medal in men's soccer. Alcaraz advances into the men's tennis final. Djokovic goes later today. U.S. men's basketball team in action later today. If they win, they'll be the number 1 seed. Although I think they have to win big from a point differential standpoint against Puerto Rico. So, there you go. Track and field starting. Sha'Carri Richardson made her Olympic debut already, and so we'll start to get into the track and field. Simone with 3 events to compete in over the weekend. Be favored to medal in all 3. Mark thinks she's going to win gold in at least 2 of the 3. So, by the way, how about this leaderboard atop men's golf in the Olympics? Schauffele, Fleetwood, and Matsuyama midway through their second round, all tied for the lead. John Rahm 2 shots back. That's a pretty good leaderboard.
It's a really good leaderboard.
Yeah, just saying. So
they're tearing this course apart too.
Yes.
I mean, this is just birdie after birdie after birdie. This is going to be somewhere around probably 20 under to win this thing, I would imagine, David.
Yeah, this course
is between 18 and 20, I would imagine.
This course does not seem up to the occasion. This seems
shots
more like
I watched. It looks gorgeous.
Okay, but I mean, if you're going to have to shoot a score that you'd shoot to win the FedEx St. Jude, I mean, is it really the course we should be playing for an Olympic medal? Shouldn't it be a little harder than that? No?
It's not a major, David. It's just an Olympic medal.
Oh, here we go. Marlins and Braves, game 2 of their 4-game series. Rays in Houston. I mean, the Rays are just 2 games above 500, like 4 out of a playoff spot. We'll see whether or not they fall aside or not. Got an interesting Arizona and Pittsburgh. I mean, Arizona is a final wild card. Pirates 2.5 behind them in the standings. Just saying. Interesting series in Cleveland. It's a 4-gamer between the Orioles and the Guardians. Guardians won game 1 last night, 10-3. White Sox have lost 17 in a row. 17 in a row. After a day off, they face the Twins, first of 3 tonight. 17 in a row. I will bet you right now they will not lose the weekend. We will not come back on the air Monday and the losing streak's at 20.
All right. I'm not. You know what? I'll take that bet. I have suckered you into a few bets. I mean, you put the over-under on medals for Simone Biles in individual events at 1.5. That's stealing. So I will take this bet from you.
No, I said gold.
Yeah,
She's got 3 events left. She's got the
stealing.
vault, the beam, and the floor. Over under gold, 1.5 out of 3. And those are 2 bets for the weekend then.
Fantastic.
You got the over on Simone Biles gold the rest of the way, 1.5. And I'm betting that the White Sox are going to win one of the 3 games against the Twins.
I think we'll split these bets.
Okay.
But I'm hoping for the twin sweep. I really am. I either want greatness or really, really bad. And the White Sox are providing maybe the worst baseball we've ever seen. Could you imagine if Hawk was still doing the games?
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know if he'd talk for innings. He'd get so mad, he'd just quit speaking.
I'm telling you, the best trade that took place during the offseason, Jason Benetti went from play-by-play of the White Sox to play-by-play of the Tigers. Never has broadcasting for a team that's going to win 76 games seemed so glorious as Jason Benetti this year. And he got a raise.
I mean, think about it. Leaving the Chicago market for Detroit.
And he's a
Smaller
Chicago
market.
guy.
Right.
Right. White Sox on a worse pace than the 62 Mets.
Hard to do, and they are yet accomplishing it.
Unbelievable. So there you have it. No preseason football over the weekend. Just a lot of Olympics. So there. Miller and Moulton. Hey, have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being with us this week. Tony Barnhart is going to join us on the show Monday. Where else but Miller and Moulton? David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton